Hey, what is up, everybody? Welcome to a special stream. I just realized I didn't mute myself on some of my other pop-up windows, so you're gonna hear a little bit of echo. But hey, let's start over. Welcome, everybody. So happy to be here with my friend Texas TCG Trading as we do yet another pre-release primer. This time for TMNT, and this one is a little closer to the pre-release because that is tomorrow. However, we've had something we didn't have in previous. I got to do some early access games, thanks to Wizards of the Coast, for the early access for streamers and content creators. So I have some inside information on how some of these cards interactions play out, and just how some of my games went. You can also check that out on my VOD, either here or here being Twitch or on YouTube, as both of those should be saved on my live stream video on demand. So if you want to check those out, watch some of the games, be sure to do that, and you can see some gameplay. But before we get into all that, I just want to say thank you once again to my friend Texas for being here. This is the third one that we've done. We started with Avatar: The Last Airbender. I invited Texas because of his not only friendship but vast knowledge of the Avatar: The Last Airbender lore and series. Because I was going into that without any knowledge of the context of the set and the characters, and Eric provided a bunch of flavorful commentary, so much to the point that I have actually started watching Avatar: The Last Airbender, and I'm on the season 2 finale right now. So I'm 2/3 of the way done with, and it is a great show. So, but we also did one for Lore and Eclipsed with another content creator friend, KP, who was an ambassador for Lore and Eclipsed. And this time, because of just life and how things go, sometimes we had to pivot and do this one a little bit closer to the pre-release. So we are glad to bring it to you the day before pre-release. We'd love to hear thoughts from you, so feel free to chime in on the comments, either YouTube or Twitch, and we'll try to answer your questions or just kind of speak to what you're talking about. But first of all, Eric, please introduce yourself. Tell folks a little bit about you, where they can find you, and what kind of connection do you have, if any, to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
I mean, except for Twitter and TikTok. I host trade nights and charity events around the nation, hopefully soon around the world with MagicCon Amsterdam. And yeah, I'm super excited to be here. Thank you so much. This is so much fun to do these. They've made me a better player. I'm glad that we've helped out some other people be better players. And I just love talking about the cards. You know, I was going to go into this tomorrow as my pre-release, almost completely blind, but then we got to squeeze this in and make it happen. Like you said, life's been a little crazy. But I'm really glad because honestly, I should be so excited for this set. And don't get me wrong, I am. But this should it's unfortunate that timing is timing and everything because yeah, like I grew up on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I literally had all the toys, I had the bus, I had the video games. I still have the video games. I'm going to be streaming the new Shredder's Revenge starting next week, and yeah, like I am a huge fan. Now, what's interesting is I'm one of the kids that got through with the toys and the cartoon. I never read the comics, and just looking at kind of a cursory glance of these cards, there's a lot of deep cuts I'm noticing from the comics. So it's really cool that this was able to service a multitude of fandoms,
Mm-hmm.
because they're kind of siloed off a little bit. Not it's a little bit by choice. You know, I can go out there and easily educate myself and read the comics, and maybe I will start doing that now that I'm coming back to this property as an adult. But as a kid, it was like I just needed the toys, I just needed the games,
Mm-hmm.
I just needed the cartoon, and I was like hooked. That's it.
Yeah.
So it's cool that this, was originally a very dark, and of course the movies. Don't, I can't believe I'm forgetting the movies. I mean,
Yeah. Can't
I
forget
can't
those.
believe I didn't. I can't believe I didn't break those VHSs, especially number three. For some reason, number three, maybe because I'm already such a little, Japan nerd, and I always have been. But the fact that it was like the turtles, and then they full on with the samurais and all that kind of stuff
Mm-hmm.
for turtles. And even though I know it is a absolute terrible movie, it was so much fun growing up. So it really meant a lot to me. Also, my favorite Ninja Turtle is Donatello. Let's just get that out of the way. I am a huge nerd. He's a huge nerd. I love tech. He's all about tech. So, and I've always liked the color purple. So boom, hook, line, and sinker with Donnie, good old Donatello. I can't say I'm a huge fan of Donatello the artist, but I need to go back and really look at his work. We all know Michelangelo and Raphael, of course, and even Leonardo, but Donatello is kind of, I would say, the lesser
Yeah,
known of the
yeah.
four.
Well,
um,
we have a comment. Actually, this is for you. Talking about setting up trade nights is cool. It can be hard to find a good number of people to trade with, but the team TMNT live action movies got wore out as a kid,
yeah,
and
man.
I second that. And also, it just FYI, my monitors are doing something weird. So if you see like the stream kind of blink or kind of looks weird for a minute, I'll get it fixed. But I'm not sure what's going on with this monitor. It keeps cutting out. But yeah, the
But yeah, the
movies
trade
as a
nights.
say real quick about the movies. My cousin, who I always looked up to, he was like just really cool. You had that one cool cousin that just does everything. He learned to quote the entire first movie, and I then learned to quote the entire first movie, so I could
That's
line
awesome.
for line, and So anyway, but
Hell yeah.
let's hear a little bit about your trade nights, Eric.
I was gonna say, yeah, the trade nights, yeah, it's feel it's awesome that the community comes out. The last one went really well. You're right; it can be difficult to find people to trade with. Unfortunately, this last one, the Magic community did not show up. There was not as many as I would hope. It was strong Magic and Pokemon. I mean, Pokemon and One Piece. But yeah, I would say that the hardest part is trying to find the people that are willing to trade. And what helps me out is the fact that I trade between different card games. So I will take people's Magic card if they want some Pokemon or whatever, vice versa too.
Mm-hmm.
So I've actually helped some people get more into Magic because for coming from other card games, just because I trade with them.
Yeah, awesome, awesome.
Go
Well,
Ninja, Go Ninja, Go. That was a great. Two is really good. Two is
yeah,
actually like a legitimately good movie.
yeah, yeah. Just to be honest though, like, kind of echo what you said. I don't know a lot of the comic book lore. Some of these characters that are on the Magic cards, I'm like, who is that or where they come from? I don't know anything about this, and I still don't. But I have been watching some other content creators. So if you're on Instagram or TikTok, I think you can find both these creators. If you watch Mr. Doggo Dude and Dork for short, they've been making a lot of content about some of the comic book characters and how they are in the TMNT universe, uh, and give you a lot of kind of background. So I've enjoyed that. It's also, because of that, I'm like, oh, I want to know more about that character. Where do they fit in? So again, as a kid, I was born in the early '80s. I'm super ancient now. Actually, just saw a meme and shared it with my friend, who I share memes with all the time. That the difference between 2026 and 1990 was the same as 1990 and 1954.
Don't do that to
Oh my
people.
God, makes you feel so
Don't do
old,
that.
so freaking old.
Don't do that to people.
Because
Don't
when
do
I
that.
was a kid, I just remember hearing like the oldies on radio, like 50s and 60s, and I thought, man, these things are old. And now it's like, dang, that's like our music from the 90s.
Here's my
Um,
thing though. People say that, right? Okay. Here's my rebuttal to that. People say that, but I think that the gulf between 1990. What was the year you said? 19.
1990 and 1954 is
Yeah.
the
So I
same
think the
difference as
gulf in
2026 and
culture
1990. Yeah.
the gulf in culture, the gulf in technology, like everything
Oh
about
yeah.
the 50s
Yeah.
or 90s was so massive. I don't think things have changed that much in the last 26 years, to be
Yeah.
completely
I
honest.
mean, we had the explosion of like media, internet, all this other stuff, and so it's like, yeah, and
Because I'm saying from 2000 to 2026, or even I just feel like culture. Like I mean, look at this Ninja Turtles. Like they're still showing Ninja Turtles to little kids.
yeah, yeah.
It
But
is-
but again, to that
whereas-
point, I was born in the early '80s. TMNT, I think,
yeah.
officially came out like in 1987. So I was like
Mhm.
five years old when it came out. And it was one of the first cartoons that I just really fell in love with. And Christmas was and birthdays was all about getting the toys. It's like that was my entire Christmas was, hey, get me 10 of these. And you know, d- there used to be these little trading cards in wax. They were in wax packs, and you would get like five
Mhm.
cards, scenes from the cartoon.
Yeah, yeah.
And then there was like a puzzle you could assume. Anyway, it was like I was like in love with, hey, Dad, Mom, can I have one of these? And um, my first, besides baseball cards, my first experience, collecting a card a cardboard piece of cardboard, um, and it was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So anyway, when I saw
Mhm.
the IP coming, I know there's a lot of people that don't like Universes Beyond, that don't like non-magical or non D&D style characters and settings, and I get that. Like as an elder D&D player or elder MTG player, I do love the classic Magic the Gathering lore, the story, the characters, the types, and yeah, to see non-magical things in Magic, it does kind of take away a little bit of that immersion. But also, I was super excited to see TMNT cards because it just this I didn't for what you experienced with Avatar, Eric, how
Yeah.
excited you were and how excited those folks were for Final Fantasy. Um, I didn't really get that because I wasn't that tied to it. But when you see something that you loved, that you just love to your core, and you still have fond memories of it, see it in print, and you're like,
Yeah.
oh my gosh, I get to play with Mikey and and Raph, and I get to like assemble the turtles. It's so awesome. Like,
Mm.
so even if you don't like the setting as not being immersed in Magic the Gathering kind of stereotypical scene, it is still new game pieces. It is still the same consistent gameplay. Um, and you just get to, some people are really excited that they get to play it with, a special version of that card that has Michelangelo on it, or Leonardo, or Donatello, or Raph, and so,
I'm glad that they were also able, speaking of new game pieces, I'm glad they were able to link this set to Final Fantasy, to Fallout, with the mutants, with the ninjas, even with turtles, with Avatar, because there's some turtles in there too.
mhm.
So I think it's actually really cool that this is not like, even though Universes Beyond, the argument will be that like, oh, these are sore thumbs that stick out in a world that had its own flavor to begin with. They at least mechanically are having you being able to use these cards, and that you can do some fun things. As much as people joke about being able to take Cloud on an earth-bending ride through New York City on a taxi cab, at least you can play with these cards. They're not islands, even though the properties are very disparate.
Yeah,
And if you were to just strip them down to cards, there's a lot of fun.
yeah,
Like again, Spider-Man. That's the one that people are going to compare this one to Spider-Man a lot because I do think that it's mechanically
hmm,
gonna feel the same. And even though it's also New York, and it's also a very specific version of New York, and I want to talk about that too.
yeah,
Um, Ultimately, there are some fun cards in Spider-Man. There are some fun synergies. There is some cool support, especially if you're a typo player.
yeah.
Um, and I think that yeah, they're not skipping. This is not a cat. These have not been cash grabs as much as
Hmm.
people want to say they are, because they're not.
Yeah,
You know, I'm having. I'll be honest. I'm having more fun, and maybe this is sacrilegious, but I'm having more fun playing with my spiders deck than a lot of the cards out of like Edge of Eternities, for example, or
yeah,
even Lorwyn.
yeah. Well, and as we've seen from Final Fantasy and Avatar and Spider-Man, these cards are making a splash in other formats besides just limited play and Commander. Like there have
Mhm.
been several standard decks that have been influenced by, we had a whole Lessons deck after Avatar came out.
Yeah,
Superior Spider-Man is still making waves as a reanimator um, card, and Final Fantasy still has cards that are powerful in standard or in Commander. So it is cool that again you're going to see some of these cards just as game pieces be relevant in those formats. Um, and I remember Standard a couple years ago. Like if you wanted to play, if you were playing Black in your Standard deck, you needed to drop like $85 on a Shieldred if you wanted to have like one of the best game pieces out there. And I do think that at least with these, like you know, there were some pieces that spiked. Obviously, Soulstone is still expensive, and I think Sephiroth is still somewhat expensive, just because they're collectible. But I most of these characters and cards aren't. What Badger Mole Cub I think hit $75, but that's because it was played in every format that you could play it in.
yeah.
Um,
That's another good example. That was a very strong card.
yeah,
Or is still a very strong.
yeah, and I think there's going to be a few in this. And I didn't play a lot of Standard in the early access. Again, we'll talk about it later. But there is a Casey Jones card that people played in the discard decks. You remember the discard decks with Ether Drift with Mako and the
Yep.
Shark and Monument to Endurance.
Yep.
And there's a Casey Jones card that when it enters, you draw 3 cards, and your next upkeep, you discard 3 cards at random. Anyway,
Mm,
I saw it, and there's a few others, but that's a pretty good introduction, again, just to our love for Magic, our love for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That's going to hopefully show throughout this, but we do want to get to kind of talking about the whole point, and that is this is a pre-release primer, so we encourage you, if you have a local game store or you have friends that like to experience a new set when it first comes out, um, check around your area if you have a local game store that you go to. Find out about their pre-release events. Most of them will start on Friday afternoon or evening, and typically they range in price. Now, Universes Beyond, for whatever reason, has a MSRP that's a little higher than regular, and I'm sure that's because of the cost of licensing and so on. But what I've seen so far in my area is typically pre-release is going to cost $40 to $50. Now,
yeah.
some stores will provide extra price support if they charge a higher price, or they'll provide like a food and snacks. One store that I love going to, they provide pizza and a drink. They also provide everyone leaves with at least something, at least a pack. They also provide some door prizes, and then they provide really good prizing for the first through fourth place. Um, there is one store that I saw doing a $35 pre-release, but they have some limited time options, and so they're offering it as a hey, if you stay and do the second pre-release, we'll give you $35. Charge you 35 instead of 40. But that's typically what you should be looking for. And again, asking around like, what is the price support? What is, are there any other perks? If you're gonna pay $50 to go play, like, what are you getting out of that? Because 6 packs for $50 is not really worth it in a retail sense. Eric, your thoughts
Yeah.
on that?
Yeah, I've noticed that this one is the one that people are being the most um, fair. This is the least premium product, basically. It seems like the reprint sheet and the general cards in the set, even though I think some of the artwork on some of these cards is so fun and so cool, is not causing any sort of spike in pre-release pricing. Um, I, I mean, we just did Avatar was our last Universes Beyond, right? So that one was really interesting because that one had the most variants I've ever seen, where Toph pre-release kits were $20 more than like Zuko pre-release
Oh, are you
kits,
talking about after
or
the fact?
no, even even like when you would go to sign up, you could either some stores were letting you do
Oh,
random,
wow.
but some stores were being like, you can choose, but you're gonna have to pay more.
Wow.
And that was, I think, because of the seeded pack and because of Badgermole Cub, and also Washi Tong, stuff like that. I don't agree with that practice.
Yeah, that is kind of
I,
weird. But the seeded
I,
packs, I guess, kind of force their hand maybe a little.
yeah, but I think the whole point of pre-release is that it's even playing field,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like to me those first 2 weeks of pricing is it shouldn't even matter. It's not
Right.
real,
And I think
you
that's
know.
too. It would be nice if Wizards would push for a more affordable pre-release, because that's the entry level. There are people that showed up to my stream yesterday that were brand new to the game because their friend had been telling them about the game, and now they see Ninja Turtles. And I know it was the
Hmm.
same way with Avatar and the same way with Final Fantasy. So it would be cool if Wizards would go back to, hey, this is the entry point for new players. Let's make a pre-release afford. Let's incentivize it instead of being, all about the cost of it. Let's make it $30 across the
Yeah, I
board.
think ultimately, because most card games, I know Riftbound is like this for sure, and I know Magic is too. That they already put so many restrictions on like the promo packs and
Hmm.
pricing and things like that. There's legitimately things that they're not allowed to sell. So I do think that Wizards, it's their responsibility to create a restriction that if
Hmm.
you want to stay WPN licensed, that you can't charge more than MSRP for your pre-release. At least bare minimum one day.
Yeah.
it can be Sunday, it can be whatever, you know what I mean? But bare minimum, one of those days, you should bare minimum can't charge more than MSRP.
Yeah,
Um, that way, and that's if you're a WPN store. If you're not a WPN store, then like, hey, you're already in the Wild West anyway, right?
yeah,
Because
yeah.
you're probably not giving out official pricing anyway, right? That's a different
Hmm.
conversation. But if you're an official store and you're working with Wizards and you're getting that support and you're showing up on the website and you're supposed to be a gateway for players, that I do think that there should be a restriction on that. I
Yeah.
definitely do because it's just not right. It's again, I'm someone, even though I'm a seller and I buy and all that kind of stuff, I'm about all, I am a consumer myself, so I'm all about the consumer. So
Yeah, yeah.
anything that's pro consumer, pro the buyer, pro the
Hmm.
customer is what's important to me. And I think you're right. Like it's the perfect way to keep the game alive, keep the game healthy.
Hmm.
Greed is what's going to kill any card game at the end of the
Yeah,
day.
yeah.
Cash grabs are what's going to kill anything at the end of the day. So especially with something like this where the entire point of this licensing is to both create nostalgia and bring in new people because we finally gave you that flavor of ice cream you wanted,
Hmm.
then why why step all over that
Yeah,
and kill it just for a quick buck?
yeah.
Because that's all it is at the end of the day. You can't take it with you, you know. Like,
Absolutely. And I mean, I love, again, part of what you pay for too is the entertainment value or the experience. Like if you go to the movies or you go to a sports event or a concert,
hmm
you're paying to be entertained. And part of what I like about a pre-release is it is fun. It's entertaining. It's a challenge. So I don't expect to get all of my money back if I don't like get prizes, but it is still hard to justify the expense of even doing multiple pre-releases if the cost is out of hand.
I
But
agree.
um,
And
it,
unfortunately, this one is the most decently costed. But I haven't looked into it. But did they create themed pre-release kits?
I
No,
don't
right?
I don't think so. I think
Yeah.
kind of like Spider-Man, it's a smaller set, so there's no like pick a Mikey pack. Uh,
See, this would have been the one where the seeded packs would have gone. That would have been great.
yeah, yeah, like choose character select, choose your character.
hmm
But I guess there is a good bit of like heroes and villains, and so but I think they also did a good job of spreading those out amongst the color wheel. But so anyway, that's
Yeah.
just a little bit about checking with your LGS, see when they're going to have their event. If they're, some of them have Saturday and Sunday events, and if see if you want to go to multiple, and if they offer any kind of discount for that or any kind of perks for going. But we've talked about this before. What should you bring with you? Um, well, you should bring a good attitude first of all. Again, we talked about this a little bit last time. That it is for some people, it is just a fun event. They enjoy the experience. For other people, it's a little bit competitive and they want to win. Maybe there's prizes on the line that you're really going after. Like my store has the top four get to split a box basically.
Oh, dang, nice.
Yeah, so it's like you're really incentivized to play a little bit competitively. You're not trying to curb stomp anyone, but you'd like to be in the top four. I think they also give a collector booster away or two for the top folks. So if you are one of those folks that are going for the competition, still um, encourage you to be a good sport, to teach others, especially if you see new players there, to just come with a good attitude. That's my first tip because I'm one of those. I do like to win. I do like to be competitive, and it's a challenge to win these. But I had a very humbling experience at my last pre-release where I played a card wrong a majority of the night, and I feel like I let those other players down because I'm supposed to be a smarter player, but I was being competitive. And then at the end of the night, I felt like, man, I was so competitive and worried about winning that I didn't. Um, that I won in maybe a game or two that I should have won. Um, so I think that's kind of shaped my attitude going into this, where I'm not going to be as competitive. Yes, I still want to win. I still want to get the prizes, but like I'm not going to be min maxing the pre-release. So That's the other part is just bring some if you have them available or if you want to buy them at the store. You're going to probably need something to track your life total with. You can use the app, the companion app, or you can use dice. There are lots of plus one counters in this set. So many things like mutagen tokens that add plus one counters. So you either want like dice or there will be little punch out. I actually have some saved from um, Lorwyn. They have these little punch out things that come with your pre-release kits. You can use those. I'm sure they'll have those as well, but you'll need to track those. Um, and then let's see what else. If you have playmats and sleeves, um, you don't have to sleeve your cards, but never know. Maybe you open up a really special art card because, as Eric mentioned, there are some special guest cards, and so you might want to sleeve up your deck and play with the playmat. Anything else you can think of?
Um, if you have something to use for tokens too, because you might not get all the tokens you need for this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm noticing there's like red 2/2 red mutant tokens. There's food tokens. Um,
There's little mouser tokens.
yeah, yeah. There's a lot of these red mutant tokens, but a lot of people are also good about giving you their tokens.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's a Trouble in Pairs reprint.
There is,
But
yep.
yeah, there's gonna be a lot of the mutagen tokens. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Also, like save some room. I like to use my pre-release kit as like a deck box, but sometimes it gets a little overstuffed. If you buy some extra packs, so you want to bring another something to put your packs in, or if you buy a
Mm-hmm.
bundle, that's another one too.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if you end up buying a lot, you might end up with a whole lot of packs floating around. And also bring some trades if you're down to trade for some new stuff. Some people like to wait. I also like to wait,
Mm-hmm.
but some people are super down to trade right away.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe there's a new card that you want to build your commander around, or that you want to play in standard, and you're out looking for it. So yeah, that's a very good point. Bring your trade stuff.
Also, friendly reminder,
Mm-hmm.
give your LGS back their lands. I'm guilty of this as well.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We have a question. So yeah, special guest cards. So Wizards has kind of had a different strategy with this throughout the different
Yeah.
sets. And since they've made the switch to play boosters, so I don't know if you remember back. One of Eric's favorite sets was Thunder Junction. Thunder Junction
hmm
had two different, I guess, themes, or it was like what were they? You had the breaking
So
news
what happened with
cycle.
Thunder? So this is what happened with Thunder Junction. This was because Aftermath
Yeah,
failed as a set. March of the Machine Aftermath, the epilogue set.
yeah.
So they tried to do more sets and more releases. So you'll buy more product, right?
Mhm.
So they tried to create this special small sets. It bombed completely.
Mhm.
So with Thunder Junction, they took what was going to be a small set, which was the not the breaking news cycle, but the treasure, the big score cycle.
The big
The
score.
big score sheet was gonna be a small set, but since Epilogue did so poorly, they were like JK and they jammed it into the main set. So Thunder Junction has 4 slots that you can hit a mythic on. You have breaking news, you have the regular set, you have big score, and there's still a special guest sheet in that as part of the regular set. So it's pretty insane. But yeah, you're right. Every single set seems to be different, and every
Mhm.
single set seems to be different in terms of its distribution. So,
Yeah.
like Final Fantasy, for example, was very liberal with its like special reprint set.
Yeah, because you got like the counterspell, the fatal
Yeah,
push, Farseek. There's Rhystic Study.
I
Um,
want to say every play booster was meant to have one of those cards in it, but Avatar is incredibly stingy with those cards.
Yeah, like so Avatar had this big list too where you could get like deflecting SWAT and the tutors
Mr.
and
Grimora.
Mystic Remora, but yeah, you rarely saw those, but you could see those in play boosters. So I want to
hmm
say TMNT is like that. Um,
hmm
I saw some of these special guest cards, and we'll show some of them, but I didn't open any. But I did see other players. I'm like, oh my goodness, they have a sword of whatever, or
Yeah, considering
they have a
how
teleportation circle. Like what the heck?
Yeah, exactly. Considering how strong they are, like Underworld Breach, teleportation circle, all will be one. I mean, these are like some pretty big hitters. Like
Yeah.
some of these are doubling season. These are probably going to be few and far between. Also, looking at the treatments, since a lot of them are based on like comic book art and a
Mm-hmm.
lot of like the really nostalgia pieces, these are definitely meant to be like the oh shit, I hit, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
wow, I hit big.
There was one card, I don't remember the name of it, but it was the art was Krang, and it was like a real close up of Krang, and it was a really good card for this set because it had the creature had graft too, and that's where another creature enters, you can move a +1/+1 counter from it onto that creature, and
Mm-hmm.
then it for blue and tap it, you gain control of a creature that has a counter on it. And I was like, oh my goodness, like
Mm-hmm.
that. There's so many counters floating around in the set, and that just steals anything with a +1/+1 counter. And
Mm-hmm.
then they have the ability to put +1/+1 counters on your creatures. So
And then they put Arcbound Ravager as one of the little like
yeah,
robo mites,
oh yeah,
and that is also plus
yeah.
one counters.
So again, you or someone in your, that you're playing against could be having these special guest cards. Um, but yeah, some of these are old older cards with TMNT skins on them, basically TMNT characters. But it is, basically the real card is underlined there.
Yeah, Static. Sorry. To be fair, we are mixing up names. This is the bonus sheet when it comes to Universes Beyond that has these nice cards. And special guest is usually in main sets,
Hmm.
like Goblin Sharpshooter from Lorwyn Eclipsed,
Yeah,
where you'll see the little star symbol. So you're right. We are messing these up. So sorry for the confusion.
yeah,
And that's why Thunder Junction is hit so hard because it has special guest bonus sheets and a special bonus set in
yeah,
like a bonus sheet.
yeah,
And
yeah. Um, yeah. So that's kind of what that is all about. And then, so you could see some of those, but mostly, I did several sealeds and drafts, and I didn't really see the special guest that often. Playing against, and I didn't play any that I recall. Um,
I wonder also if the digital distribution is even stingier than the physical distribution.
Maybe. I mean, I think it's cool. I would love to see more people have these bonus sheet
Hmm.
cards. So, well, what do you say? We kind of get into the overview of how I rank cards, and this is not my method. This is just a popular method. It's called the bread method. And it's just an acronym for B is bombs. You're looking for cards that win you the game or provide just an overwhelming amount of value. Um, whether that's a mythic rare. There are some uncommon cards that are really good. So we're looking for bombs that change the game or win you the game. Next would be removal. Um, it seems like they did a really good job amongst the colors that I saw to have like equal amount of removal. Of course, if you're playing blue, there's not a lot of hard removal. There's still like enchantments that shrink a creature down or tap a creature. There's a lot of tempo plays that like return a creature to hand or the top of the deck. Um, but every color seemed to have a good amount of removal. But that's what you want to look for. Like when you open up your sealed kit, maybe you really wanted to play a really cool mono green or Gruul deck, but you just didn't get a lot of removal in red and green. You should. You should have a few pieces, but maybe you got a lot of removal in black, and you got to either splash that color or decide that might be one of your primary colors because that's where your removal is. Um, Again, that's just to take care of your opponent's bombs, or just to kind of win through, you know, keeping their threats off the board and your threats on the board. Next is evasion. In terms of evasion, I think that's really important for this set because we have the sneak mechanic, which is like a take on ninjutsu. Um, so we had it pulled up here a minute ago. It's just, I'll pull it back up. This Featherbrain Filcher. Not a great creature in terms of going to win you the game, but it does have evasion, and it's a turn one play. We had this with Spider Man called City Pigeon. Same. idea, but it's a one drop flying creature. Um, and white has one, black has one. This is black's Dream Beavers. And so, with the sneak mechanic, evasion is going to be even more important because you can take evasive creatures like this, and if they can't be blocked, then you can sneak in one of the ninjas onto the battlefield, or use one of the sneak instant and sorcery cards, and really kind of get yourself some advantage. So we'll talk more about sneak later, but if so, you got bombs, removal, evasion, and then next is aggro. You want a good curve, because if you're not playing your creatures until like turn 4, there are some decks that can curve out turn 1, 2, 3, and just kind of, if they have a piece of removal and you play your first creature on 4, you're just really hurting. Um, so bombs, removal, evasion, aggro, so good curve, and then last is just duds, or draft chaff, whatever's remaining to fill your deck. You're gonna have a few cards that are just filler cards, but you still want to know like that it fits kind of in the deck. So I will say,
I
with it
do
being a
feel, correct me,
smaller set, you're gonna see
correct
a
me,
lot of the same cards. So go ahead.
yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but it kind of feels like there's less of those. Why did they put that in here than like Spider-Man per se?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially now again, this weekend's probably going to be all about sealed, but in draft, it just feels like you have so many playables because everything kind of fits.
Right.
There's very few cards that you're just like, that's awful. I'm not playing that. Um, Pretty much everything that I saw is like, oh well, that could fit. What am I going to cut? What would I rather have? Um,
There isn't even a single vanilla in this whole set, right? Everything's got an effect of some kind.
Probably. I'm trying to think. Yeah. Even like a two. There's like a 2/2 that when it dies, you can play it from the graveyard for 5. I mean, it's not super exciting, but it comes back. It's good for sacrifice strategies.
Hmm.
2/2s that enter and scry, or there's a 2/2 that has vigilance, or you can channel it. It's the news van. So yeah, I can't think of any that just didn't have an ability at all. It's
Hmm.
a good call out. The other thing is there's lots of legendary creatures in this,
Right.
and that's another thing you'll watch out for. You don't want to play typically more than 2 copies of a legendary creature, because there are going to be some games where you have one on the battlefield and one in your hand, you can't even play it. So now you're just holding a dead card until that creature gets removed or something. But yeah, I don't recall any creatures without abilities. You're right about that. But
Yeah,
that's
I think
that's
it's
the bread
definitely.
method. Other things that, like, what are some of your best tips, Texas, when you're going into building? Like, maybe you don't know what you're going to build or how you're going to build, what you want to play. Um, I know you're a big Donatello fan. Are you going to try to force Donnie?
I might, but I'm a little worried that, like, because I'm looking at the two Donnies you have here, the rare one is a little bit more playable than the mythic one. You're probably going to see the rare one more. But yeah, I mean, normally I either, if it's the very first time I'm drafting a set or I'm presented with the cards of a set, I actually always look at my multicolor stuff first and my rares first. Um, and then that kind of starts to point me in the right direction, especially for sealed.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to draft, I definitely try to pick either a removal piece or something with flying or something that seems like it's going to get me there. I recently quick drafted, I think it was Lorwyn, and I don't know what it is about Lorwyn, but I'm not drift compatible. I'm not really getting it. So I thought, okay, hey, jam a bunch of merfolks, jam this guy that draws, jam the one that brings the stuff back from the graveyard,
Mm-hmm.
jam the one that flies and gives flying, and I'll be fine. But like sometimes you really have to think about your momentum.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, okay, turn 6. I have 4 creatures that are 2/3s, and maybe one of them has flying. But my opponent just played a 6/6,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't have removal. what am I gonna do? You know what
Yeah.
I mean? So
Yeah.
that those are the things you have to kind of think about. Like, it's not always okay to just have a bunch of little guys. You really have to think about where your game is going, how you're gonna get there, your point A, your point B, and really think about what looking at what, because you got to think about too, especially if you're drafting,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like, what did I not select? What is my opponent maybe going to be working with?
Yeah.
Things like that. So yeah, I've made that mistake several times where I think, okay, I've got the typal and I've got the creatures and I've got the curve and that's all I need, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the stat lines matter and things like that matter. I think we talked about this with, was it wasn't Avatar, it was the set before, about how there was a lot of like two threes or three
Mm-hmm.
twos, like lopsided stats and things like that. Like, or if you had four toughness, you were going to get past a lot of the removal stuff like that. So those are definitely things to consider when you're picking your creatures.
Yeah.
Also, stuff that copies your opponent's stuff. I think I've said this many times before. I don't know if there's one in this deck, but there was just one in Lorwyn, or no, not, was it Lorwyn or the Omni Changeling?
Mm-hmm.
Again, those cards are good if your opponents have good things.
Yeah.
So things like that to stop and think about too.
Yeah. Yeah. And lastly, I'll say play what makes you happy, what you
Mm.
think is fun. If you're an aggro player, play aggro. If you're a control player and you like the tempo plays, that's not me. Like I struggle to play blue in limited, but if that's something you enjoy, or you enjoy the character or the synergy, then stick with that because you're gonna have a good time playing the cards and kind of like doing the cool thing that other people can't do or won't do. Um, again, there are a few bombs out there that you got to watch out for and maybe you splash for. Um, but they also did a good job, and they've done this the last few sets of doing hybrid mana.
Hmm.
So like you'll have a hybrid. While I'm talking about that, this is kind of simplified. There's only five really archetypes, where a lot of sets I
Hmm.
have 10. They'll have all the two color pairs. This is really just five. But like
Hmm.
let's say Mikey and Raph, they're a gruel coated, um, big beefy 7 drop, but you don't have to be playing gruel. You could just be playing a green and black deck or a green and white deck, and you could throw them in there because it's 7 mana, but only two of the pips are green or red.
Right.
So you could also throw it in a red deck. And they did a good job with that. As again, even though there's like, I think it's Simic, so blue and green. It is Azorius. It is Orzhov, Boros, Gruul. I'm trying to think if I saw any other. I guess they do have, even though there's only like five archetypes, they do have like there is some that are black and green. So they did a good job of like overlapping and
Hmm.
overlapping synergies amongst those colors. So um, you know you'll see it, but again, it when we say it's a smaller set, I think I just looked it up, and I want to say Lorwyn Eclipsed had
Hmm.
350 cards along with borderless showcase variants, and 20 special guest cards. So um, Lorwyn Eclipse got close to 400, and this is like half that. This is like 200, maybe 220.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're going to see a lot of repetition, which can be good and bad. Because if you get repeated bad cards, that's going to feel terrible. But sometimes you can also get some crazy, like uncommons or even rares that you'll get two or three or four of even,
Hmm.
and that could feel really nice.
Yes, yes, yes. All right, well, let's get into some of those. We'll probably just start with Cohen Wooberg order, um, and see kind of what we got. Not going to go over all these. Basically, what I did, I tried to look. I didn't have enough time before to like weed out some of the cards that we were not really going to spend a lot of time on. So we'll kind of breeze through some of them and say, okay, we're not going to talk about that. Um, and then some of these are also like the bonus sheet cards. Um,
Yeah. Can I
but
BRB real quick before we get
sure,
started?
sure, we can go ahead and do that. Um, but yeah, I'll see if I can switch the layout here so we can maybe talk about a few of these. All right, that looks good. So again, these are uh, not in. These are in mana value order. So for white, so some of these are not in the base set, but you could find them in the bonus sheet. Um, but again, the bird. This is just a good card for sneak. And then you have like instants and sorceries like this that kind of give you some combat tricks. So if you don't have removal, you can use a combat trick as removal. But let's talk about our first turtle. And this one is Leonardo, leader in blue. And this is the 1-drop version of Leonardo. Now it has a sneak ability for 3 white white. I didn't see people play this, and I didn't play this hardly ever for 3 white white. I don't think I ever did. It is played mostly just as a 1-drop aggressive creature, like a Savannah Lions, because it's a 2/1 that can also gain first strike. If you put counters on him,
Mhm.
because we'll see here in a minute, there's lots of ways to put counters on him. You have a potentially first striking attacker or blocker. But if you draw it late game, it does have some value. But most people just, if you're drafting, you might want to draft this as a good curve.
Now, I want to say this is the first time I'm seeing a sneak ability that's more expensive than the base cost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of the
That's
sneak
interesting.
abilities kind of give you a discount on playing it because you're going to be returning an unblocked attacker.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
you're losing tempo, but in this case, let's go back to Featherbrain Filcher. If this is your turn one, a lot of times, like to Eric's point, you're going to sneak in something and you're going to get a discount on that, but then you're putting Filcher back in your hand, and now you got to recast
Hmm.
that. So basically, you're still going to have to pay 1 mana. But some of these ninjas have an ability when they deal damage or when they enter, um, so it's worth it. But like Leonardo, the expensive is just to kind of give you a +2/+0 effect. But again, what I don't like about this is you have to return an unblocked attacker. So
Hmm.
one of your attackers you're losing. Now if it's
Right.
if
In
it's the
theory, yeah, in theory, again, you're using the filter, something like the filter, which is a
mm-hmm,
1/1 flyer, right? It's a 1/1 or 2/1, a
zero
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 two
two,
flyer.
yeah,
So
zero
you're
two,
just getting in there for the attack and because it's
yeah,
flying. And then you switch them out for Leonardo, you do 4 damage,
yeah. But
and then you get a
what
food in the
what
process.
ends up happening though is like you're like, oh, I don't have anything like that. I guess I return this 2-drop or this 3-drop or this token. The token you
Hmm.
just lose. You're just sacrificing the token. So
Mm-mm.
I'm not a super big fan of that. Again, you're going to pay 5 plus lose a creature or lose some sort of tempo. So again,
Yeah, it's
most people
interesting
just
because CDH, right? That's where you see ninjutsu used, I would say, the most with
yeah,
Yuriko.
yeah,
And Yuriko is not good because of ninjutsu. Yuriko is good because of the ability where you reveal when Yuriko does damage,
hmm the other thing,
right? So it's like,
yeah, yeah, you're right. The other thing about this
so,
one too is it gives +2/+0, but it doesn't give. And I know it's an uncommon, so don't come at me because it's not supposed to be super powerful. But you're paying 5 mana and you don't get +2/+2. You get +2/+0, or you don't get
Mhm.
+2/+0 in first strike. Like it's really not that much of a combat trick. If you're playing the token deck, maybe you win the game with this, but I didn't see anyone sneak this card in because 5 is a lot.
Yeah. Maybe the idea is also you can play this early, you can use it with first strike so it wins combats,
Mm-hmm.
and then later on it is used as a sneak creature because you come at someone with first strike, they're not going to want to block,
Yeah,
or they don't know if you're going to turn on first strike,
maybe.
so they don't block you. Then this sneaks back into your hand for something else, and then later on you sneak this
Mm-hmm.
out
Yeah.
to win the game.
I will say, and we're going to skip to the because I want to talk about the card that this was paired with mostly. You play Leonardo Leader in Blue on 1, and then you play Leader's Talent on 2,
Mm,
and then now Leonardo's attacking as a 3/2, and then a 4/3, and then again it could get first strike. So I saw several people drop this turn 1, and then Leonardo's Talent turn 2, and you're just like, oh, that's really good, you know.
yeah, the rewards for leaving the battlefield are really interesting because, flavor wise, it makes a lot of sense because they are ninjas, even though they're like the
Mm-hmm.
heroes of the story, and they are weird humanoid turtles.
Mm-hmm.
And so their whole thing is that they like have these quick fights, and then they got to run away from the public or from the
Mm-hmm.
cops or whatever, and get back into the sewers and all that.
Yeah.
So I do like the flavor of rewarding for leaving a battlefield.
Yeah. Yeah. But let's go back up here again. Here's a special guest card. This is one of the comic book April O'Neil um, characters. Just you could have a Path to Exile. That'd be great. Here's another one
The
drop.
super
Uh,
crazy '80s artwork.
yeah, yeah. Actually, Mr. Doggo Dude had a post this afternoon about April O'Neil, and a lot of people talking about how, well, April O'Neil is supposed to be a white woman reporter with red hair, and he pointed out that in a lot of the earlier comics that this is actually based off comic book art, one of the earlier ones. Um,
Hmm.
that you know, April O'Neil hasn't always been, April O'Neil has been uh, different in different iterations of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, so here's the thing. So like, let's talk about. I want to touch on that actually. So classic storytelling trope 101. April is what you call the stand-in character. Like you are supposed to be April O'Neil.
mm-hmm,
Right. She's supposed to represent the viewer, the person. Even though, of course, everyone identifies with their own turtle. From a storytelling perspective, she's supposed to be the average human brought into this crazy, weird world, right? So that character is going to be updated with the times because it's supposed to reflect the audience that they want to introduce this property to.
mm-hmm. Yeah, and like you said,
Does
this
that
is
make sense?
very 80s vibe on this character too. Um,
Yeah.
but here's another one drop in white that is like Featherbrain Filter, but this is at rare. Can't be blocked by creatures with greater power. So if they don't have a bunch of one power creatures or a one power creature, you just can't block this. This being a rare does a lot of work because one,
Hmm.
it's a good sneak target, but two, its second ability to return another creature you control to its owner's hand, activate only during your turn. Um, Kind of lets you reset some of those sneak creatures or creatures with ETBs. Um, so, or you save a creature in combat. Someone goes to kill it in combat, and you return it on your turn. Um, just a very useful card, and there's some pretty strong creatures with ETBs, which we'll get to here in a little bit.
Yeah, I do. I will say that for being a rare, I'm surprised that it has a tap. I do
Yeah,
wonder if in playtesting they had it be just an activated ability and then they realized it was just way too fucking strong.
yeah, just return everything and then board wipe.
Yeah. Because they could have
Quince,
still been activated only during your turn,
yeah,
but the fact that it taps is the only real
yeah,
drawback.
one-time use. But there are some good cards for this.
Mhm.
And quintessential
Mhm.
katana. So thankfully, you can put all of the turtle weapons. They made equipment, so I'm so glad they did this. But what they
Yeah.
did is they didn't make them the actual weapons. They made them like this, an antique collectible, or a prop or whatever. So it doesn't say like Leonardo's katana. It's quintessential katana.
Yeah,
Uh,
and then later on they went and they have like the actual katana be like or the actual weapons be a reskin
mhm.
of other classic equipments.
Yeah. And this one does auto equip when a ninja enters. Again, I saw this. Sometimes people play this on turn one and then play a turtle on turn two and then it auto equips. So it's pretty good. Just a free plus one, and then you get to basically give it vigilance because when it deals combat damage, that could be to a creature or to a player. You untap it and you gain 2 life.
I also love the implication that Leonardo is using like antique, like 300-year-old Japanese katanas
Yeah,
that he found in a store window.
yeah, yeah. Action News Crew. Here's another one of those that maybe you play it on turn two because it's a 2/2 with vigilance, and then later you return it with prehistoric pet so that you can channel it. And
Yeah, so
I,
wait, so the, Sorry, go ahead. Keep
No,
going.
so this is the only card. Soup can Super Slam made a video about it, but this is the only card that has channel in the set.
Yeah.
Do you get the
Which
joke?
I feel like they only put that on there because it's flavorful with like action news, television.
Exactly. Channel 6 News. Or
Uh, yes, yes, yes.
yeah, because the in the comics and in the cartoon it was Channel 6.
You're right. It was Channel Six. So okay. So this is kind of what I touched on earlier about when it comes to setting. What do you think about the fact that not only is this a Ninja Turtle set, this is another like '80s set because it's not just
Yeah.
Ninja Turtles or New York. It's a very specific like or screen cat or like a what's the word I'm looking for? A moment in time
Mm-hmm.
of New York.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really notice it play in the cards because you're kind of immersed in the Ninja Turtles and the Foot Clan and the villains and stuff like that. But um, and I didn't think about this card too much, other than the Channel Six is actually a decent ability. Again, if you need a
Yeah.
creature on curve, you just play it on curve. If you don't, then later at instant speed, you discard this, draw a
Mhm.
card, and put a +1/+1 counter on all your creatures. Not
I mean, they could
overpowered,
have.
not overpowered because it's 6, but it's useful.
I've noticed they've been doing that a lot more, where the card will have an effect only when it's in your hand.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they could have easily made this like just like channel six, discard this card, draw two cards, and
Mm-hmm.
people would have done that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. Like, oh, late game, I don't need. I'm losing. I don't need a 2/2 for 2. I
right?
need to see something else. And the cool
Yeah,
thing about this
removal.
is like late game, you can say I don't need a 2/2 for 2, but I can
Hmm.
put +1/+1 counters on my creatures at instant speed, so I can win in combat, and I draw a card, or
I mean, honestly,
I just pitch this to draw a card.
yeah, it's
Hmm.
kind of a cracked comment, honestly.
Yeah.
Because again, if it just did the counters on each creature, or it just did the draw a card, it would be playable,
Hmm.
at least in sealed or at least in limited. But doing both on a common is actually pretty crazy. And then
Yeah.
the vigilance, that's just icing on the cake too.
Yeah. It's a pretty good card.
Goddamn, bears have gotten pushed, huh?
Well, here's another bear that is pretty good too. This one also at common. April O'Neil, Kunoichi trainee.
Hmm.
I did not
Hmm.
know that April O'Neil became a ninja,
Same.
but
Same.
apparently one of the April O'Neils out there became a ninja.
Hmm.
Simple effect when it enters scry 2, so 2/2 for 2 that scries 2, so it smooths out your next two draws. Like if you're looking for lands or you're looking for removal,
Hmm.
or you're flooded and you want to put those lands on the bottom. But the next ability, April can't be blocked by creatures with power 3 or greater.
Hmm.
Once you start putting counters on April, she gets to a point where you just can't block her profitably. You don't have enough 1/1s and 2/2s to take April out,
Yeah.
um,
So
unless you have a Death Toucher.
back in Wild, so they'll drain. There was two cards. There was the princess, beloved princess, that
Hmm.
had the can't be blocked
Yep.
effect, and then there was the prince, which he was modal, but one of his effects was to scry.
Yeah.
Both were incredibly playable. So the fact that this is on one card is
Yeah.
pretty sick.
I lost one of my earlier games to this because they made it like a 6/6 or 7/7, and I had like two 4/4s. And I was like,
Hmm.
oh, I'm not worried about that. I'll just double block. And then they attacked with it, and I couldn't block. And I was like, oh, I can't block this.
Hmm. Hmm.
Um, so
Yeah.
what I see a lot of times is people play this on 2, and then they take their mutagen tokens, and they buff up April, um, or like
I
the
mean,
leader's talent, because April's just harder to block now, or harder to profitably block. If like I said, if you don't have removal or a death toucher, then you're just like she's just gonna keep
yeah.
smacking you.
If you're pumping this up every turn and hitting with it every turn and not getting blocked, you're gonna have your opponent sweating by like turn five.
Yeah, it and there is a creature in white that can do that very quickly. Dimensional
Yeah.
Exile. This is like Chain to the Rocks. Um, Basically, you enchant a
Hmm.
land, exiles a creature. Good effect. This is one of the reasons why you need to look for enchantment removal. There's lots of good enchantments. Also, the talent we already talked about puts a counter, and then it has a leaves ability. But then the final ability, If you get it to the final mode, when you cast a spell, that's any spell,
Oh yeah, wow.
creature spell, instant spell, sorcery spell, kill spell, in combat, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. This
Do you
adds
think
up.
this is going to see standard?
I think it's good enough to see standard. I don't know what
I
deck
think it could
plays it,
too.
um, but yeah. Um, I mean, it kind of sucks. You got to go to the second level, like so. You got to spend five. I don't know. You got to spend 9 mana to get it, so maybe not. Maybe it
Yeah,
doesn't
but
make it a
everyone, I
standard.
mean, all those talents from
Yeah,
Moonborough, they were all getting played like crazy.
yeah. We'll see. I mean, I guess it depends on if you got the mana. Here's our
Hmm.
second Leonardo, cutting edge. Basically like a Johnny's Pridemate type effect, but it has
Hmm.
lifelink built into it. It also has sneak one. Not super strong, but it does add up. Um,
Yeah, and I mean, you could pack one, pick one this, and then just build around it.
there
When
is
you
a
build around this,
there are some decent amount of life gain in the limited format.
yeah, and I mean, you're going to see a lot of the same cards, so you'll probably be able to pick up the life link. Is there any life linking equipment? I'm sure there's got to be something, right?
There I don't believe there's an equipment, but there are foods everywhere.
That is true. Yeah, that's true. Good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, this is usually just a good effect. I'm surprised they put it on a rare, honestly, because we've been getting it at common
Hmm.
or uncommon with a Johnny's Pride mate,
Yeah. I
but not with the sneak or the life link,
yeah,
obviously.
I could have definitely seen this as an uncommon Leo, but it's okay, I guess.
I
Um,
would like it if it came in as a 2/2 or 3/3, but it's okay where it's at. Again, if you build around it,
hmm
you will win with this.
Yep. Now let's
'Cause it'll
go.
get to 2020 before people realize, like,
It
oh shit,
does.
what happened?
Let's go back to. Do you remember the box? I think buy box promo for Nuka Penna. It was Gala Greeters. Have you played with Gala
Yes,
Greeters?
I just bought two of them the other day.
All
Yeah,
right. So Gala Greeters, when another creature entered, you chose one. You either put a +1/+1 counter on it. You made a treasure token, a tapped treasure token, or you gain 2 life. Meet Lita, Little Orphan Amphibian, the new Gala Greeters.
that's crazy. Yeah.
You either put a +1/+1 counter on it, you create a food token, so no treasure, no ramp, but food, or you scry one.
Yeah.
So instead of gaining 2 life just because a creature entered, you have a food. Instead of making a treasure, you food token or scry, or put a +1/+1 counter. This is really good.
Mm-hmm.
Probably one of the best 2 drops. I know we already talked about two good ones with April O'Neil and Action News Crew, but you know, before you know it, this thing is super huge, or you're just again
Hmm.
smoothing out your draws, or oh, I'm getting beat up. Let me just make some food every time a creature enters.
Yeah,
Um,
I loved picking up Gala Greeters back when I was doing Yucapena,
mhm.
and obviously I like it still. I picked up two of them, the buy box promos,
Yeah.
because yeah, it's a really, really, really good card. I think treasures are a little stronger than scrying, but
Oh,
scrying is
absolutely.
also nice.
Yeah, yeah. Treasures were
Um,
what made Gallagher better, even though they came in
Which is why it was a
tapped.
rare, to be fair.
Yeah.
But the only drawback on this one, and that's probably why they made it a legendary, is the fact that it's a legendary. Because you could run, because you're gonna see a lot of these. So if you could
Hmm.
run three or four of them, no problem, that would be so busted.
Yeah. And I found myself using the scry most of all, just because I'm like,
Yeah,
oh, I'm digging for a removal spell, or I need these lands out of the way. Um,
yeah. I think I'll use the food the least unless I'm building around food, just because food is a
mm.
little slow,
But
because of
sometimes,
that food cost.
sometimes you find yourself at single digits, and
Oh yeah,
you're
no,
like,
for
you know what?
sure.
I'm gonna make a
Yeah,
food,
yeah.
and then now I'm at 10 instead of 7. Uh,
I've definitely back in Wilds the black green food decks. I definitely went from like 5 life to 15
yeah,
many times.
yeah. Hey, we got BCC MTG rating us. What is up, BCC?
Oh, what's up? A party of
Welcome,
does.
welcome to the stream. So glad you could soup can
Hope y'all had a good
super
stream tonight.
slam.
Hey, we were just talking about you, buddy.
We were talking about news channel, Action News Crew, Channel 6.
Mhm.
But yeah, now we're talking about Lita, Little Orphan Amphibian. Probably, I keep saying this, probably one of the best 2 drops, but Lita's really strong. April's really strong. Action News Crew as
Mhm.
well. This one is actually a 2 drop, but it's a bomb. Triceraton Commander. I did not
Hmm.
do not know where dinosaurs came in. Maybe I guess with the turtles in time, maybe dinosaurs came in. This is like a dinosaur from the future. Um,
Oh, there's a whole like, and the video games kind of touched on it, but there's definitely a whole like, and I don't even maybe even the cartoon did. I just need to go back and watch it, but yeah, there's a whole weird freaky deaky side to like with Krang's dimension and
yeah,
like yeah, future dinos and aliens. It's fucking crazy.
yeah. Really don't have to tell you why this is a bomb, but the downside is it's XX, and so
Hmm.
you're kind of holding out till you get 6 mana because you kind of want 3 bodies on this, but you can play this for 4 and get one. But it also has to attack, and that's the other thing. It's a 2/2 that has to attack, and it doesn't pump itself, so it gets outclassed in the skies pretty quickly. So I don't know. I think the toughness part here is kind of a miss. Like if it was a 2/4 maybe, or a 2/3 even.
Yeah,
But
I would imagine it's because it's meant to be evasive. You know, you're not supposed to be
yeah, it's
getting
just
blocked
it's
because of
just
the
one of
flying.
those like I found it. Oh well, you're not going to attack because I have a 2/2 flyer. What are you going to do?
Mhm.
Lose your Triceraton commander? Um,
Yeah. Yeah, my only concern with this one is if you don't get enough dinosaurs, especially in sealed, then you don't really get the buff.
yeah. Yeah, I
Um,
mean it makes its own dinosaurs, and you do have like prehistoric pet. There's a couple red dinosaurs, but Soup says he caught this on VHS in the '80s, so maybe I don't
mhm.
know.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, the way they deal with the robot side of things is incredibly 80s. Yeah, I mean, again, if you have the mana, so in limited mana sinks are definitely
hmm
like, yeah, you want that for sure. I think if it was a single X, this would be like windmill slam,
yeah,
100%.
it's it.
XX is often confusing for new players and even trips me up sometimes.
hmm
But yeah, I mean, if you get to play this, it is nice that you could play it as just a strong two drop.
Yeah,
Um,
and
but yeah,
maybe some games you should just drop it on 2 and just start hitting someone in the air for 2. What up,
exactly.
Hazen? Appreciate you,
What
buddy. Um,
Yeah, or again, if you've been playing a bunch of other dinos,
yeah,
um,
yeah.
then yeah, your whole team. The fact that the other ones get flying too. I mean, that's scary.
Yeah, yeah. Again, that is
What up, BCC?
it has to attack, but again, it's good and it could win you the game. Could be a late game bomb. Um, we already talked about Dimensional Exile being a 2 drop like Journey to Nowhere or Chain to the
Hmm.
Rocks type effect. Um, we have another pacifism like two mana enchantment pacifism type effect. Creature can't attack or block, and then you can pay 5, sack it, exile the creature, and make a 1/1 ninja. Uh, Also, just read that last line. Activate only as a sorcery, so you can only do this on your turn. But sometimes you just need a mana sink, or you need a dude, or you want to get rid of that because it still has a static ability. So, all right.
Hmm.
So remember me talking about April, like wanting +1/+1 counters. One of the best white rares is Agent Bishop, Man in Black.
Hmm.
At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures.
Wow, two. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I already play a lot of these creatures in I can't remember which. It was my old Obzon deck before I switched. I'm switching it out now to be more completely themed on the Obzon. And yeah, there's a lot of creatures like this already out there that only put them on one creature. The fact that you can do two creatures is
Mm-hmm.
crazy.
Yep. Yep. Sorry. Hitting the wrong buttons.
Uh,
Um, yeah. Hazen says, "Look at that trim beard."
yeah, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, he is looking fresh. But yeah, so I remember what was something aspirant or whatever, a
Hmm.
two
Hmm.
drop that put a +1/+1 counter on one creature, and that just being
Hmm.
busted as hell.
Super broken.
Because you're just like, oh, now you got a 3/3, now you got a 4/4, now you got a 5/5. Oh my goodness. Um,
Hmm.
this Agent Bishop gets out of control fast, and again, April's a
Yeah,
good target. There's the Mikey Weirdness to 11, which is a 2 drop that is a hardened scales that doubles counters. And I can't tell you how many times someone was like, Mikey on 2, Agent of Bishop on 3. And I'm just like, well, good game.
yeah,
Um,
I can see that. I
or
can see that.
really any 2 drop in this. next thing you know, the game's out of reach if you don't have removal.
Now be careful because this is also going to be a lightning rod when you play it. If you
Oh
play
yeah,
it early and your opponent hasn't exhausted their removal, guess what's going to get removed?
yeah. But still, I'd be like, make them use it. Like if you don't, I win this game.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. High flying ace, another common, just a decent ability. It has flying. So again, that dinosaur, Triceraton Commander, can't beat
Hmm.
a high flying ace. Whatever.
Yeah,
But
interesting. Very
but
interesting.
but this is a nice ability. Late game, you can give another creature flying, basically some evasion, or you put a really big creature.
Yeah.
Um, this next one, this is one of my favorites. Koya, Death from Above. I have no idea who Koya is in the series, but a 2/1 flyer, so not super powerful, but when it enters, exile up to one other target creature. At the beginning of the next end step, you may pay 3 and a black. If you don't, you return that creature to the battlefield under its owner's control. So
Mm.
just for 3, you can blink your own creature. So if it's an ETB effect, you just blink your own creature. Or if someone put one of those enchantments on it and you need, the pacifism off. Or you can blink your opponent's blocker. So if they think they have enough blockers, you just play this and remove it till the end of turn, and then
Hmm.
swing in. Or late game, if you have the 3 and a black to pay, you just flat out exile a creature.
Hmm.
So it's kind of like a removal spell built into the creature. If you can wait till
Hmm.
you get 7 mana. I've used it all of
Yeah.
those ways. I used it just to blink my own creature. I used it as removal, or I used it as clearing blockers. Or like someone had a super shredder with like 6 counters on it, and I'm like, well, let's reset that guy.
That's very nice. That's a really nice use for it. Yeah. Yeah,
Or
I
or
think this card would
tokens.
be absolutely busted if it had the similar effect as the pact cards, where the next upkeep you
Hmm.
could pay the extra cost.
Yeah,
Then it would be like, oh my god, this card is mind blowing. I think it's going to be a little difficult to have the 7 to get the effect, but I think if you just play this, like you were saying, as a blocker removal
yeah. It's easier
or
than you
a
think.
resetter,
Yeah, it's easier than you think to get to 7.
yeah.
Or if
Yeah, I
they
just
if
don't
they have
like.
a
I've and this happens in Riftbound too. Like, not to
yeah.
talk about another card game, but the
Shh.
more I play competitively, the more I want to do more things per turn.
Yeah, yeah. It's definitely something. Um, it's legendary, so you're not going to run like 3 of these, but 1 or 2 I like to have in a deck.
Hmm.
Um,
Hmm.
and again, it flies, so sometimes you just kind of get some damage in. But um,
This feels like a blue card, so it's interesting that it's a
yeah,
black and white.
yeah. But then again, there's some token makers, and you're just like, oh, I can't kill anything, but I can get rid of a token, and that's not coming back. So, uh,
Yeah, I agree. There's
uh,
definitely, and it's a great curve too.
mm-hmm. Leonardo, Big Brother, um, common Leonardo, not really not bad. You can sneak it in, if you have one of those flyers, and that +1/+0 for each creature you control could add up. You could hit someone for 6 or 7 or 8 or 9, like
Yeah, I could see myself. I could definitely see myself tricking an opponent into letting me win with this.
yeah. That was something. I made a clip earlier where I got to play in the event and I got to play against Numi,
Oh,
Kenji.
right. This is the one you used.
I did not use this. This was not the one I used to win with. I'll show you the one I used to win with, but spoiler. But he was talking about, because I ended up watching his stream for a few minutes, and he was talking about how it's now risky to attack sometimes, even when you have a good attack. Like I have a 2/2 and you have a 1/1.
Hmm.
Um, Normally you're just like, oh, free reign to attack. I'm gonna get this 2 damage in. But now I got to worry about what if you swing that 1/1 back and I don't have a blocker, and then you drop something bigger. Because again, there's a lot of sneak cards, so it kind of makes combat a little more challenging because you're like, well,
Hmm.
if I don't have a blocker for his little token and that gets through, what am I going to do? But this one,
Yeah.
I did see someone dropped it and it hit for like 6, and I was like, oh, that's the optimal use for it. Maybe like a one-time big attacker. Um, Or
Lately I've been winning a lot of standard matches like that with red because of a firebending student and with bulk up.
yeah.
So yeah, like you do have to be careful with the crackback in this in a set like this. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you think you got them. Oh, they just have two twos, whatever. You just hit them for 10. But if you're completely open, I will hit you back for 20, and
Yeah.
you will lose.
Yeah. We could probably need to move on a little quicker. But I will say, make your move. Talked about earlier. There's enchantments everywhere. Artifacts pop up. Removal. There are so many creatures power 4 or greater in this set. Make your moves a good include. I run 2 or 3 of these if you got them. You're always going to hit
Yeah.
something.
While we're
Uh,
here in white, though, real quick, can we talk about the flavor win that is the card that is my background?
yeah, yeah. Which one is it?
Turtles Forever, baby.
Turtles Forever. I got to play this one time, and it was
Nice.
really, really good. I left some because I had multiple legends. I was like, you know what? I don't want to run 2 of these Aprils and 2 of these Orokusakis. And I put them in the sideboard, and I played Turtles Forever, and I went straight to the sideboard, and I picked those, and then I picked maybe 1 or 2 out of my deck. Um,
Nice.
and you pick 4 legends outside of the game or in your deck, and your opponent chooses 2, and you put those cards in your hand and shuffle the rest in. So those sideboard cards are now shuffled in if they don't let you pick
Mm-hmm.
them.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Which you did just technically add to your deck by that. Yeah, I'll just say about this card 3 things. One, love that it's an instant. Instant search is fan fucking
mm-hmm,
tastic.
mm-hmm,
Two, again, flavor win. I think it's super genius of them to call on the fact that turtles, again, like we said earlier, exists in so many different properties and means so much to different people because it exists in so many different ways,
mm-hmm,
so many different mediums rather. And then three, I'm just glad that Wizards is rewarding me for having a Universes Beyond Legendary Matters deck
mm-hmm.
because this is going right in there, windmill slam.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. I don't want to skip. Some of these are really powerful, so let's see. Um, oh, this is another one of those that you can exile something and return it, or if you do the sneak, you just exile it permanently. Um, this simple little flyer that actually led me to victory because they didn't have flying and they had vigilance, so it could block 2. This is the card that these 2 cards are what I what I won against Kenji with because I had East
Hmm.
Wind Avatar and I had Leonardo Sewer Samurai in my hand since turn 4, and
Hmm.
I had the opportunity earlier in the game to sneak it in and like lose a token, and I could have hit for 6, and I was like, okay, that's a pretty big attack. But then what if he has blockers later and Leonardo doesn't do anything? So I actually held Leonardo, and I was like, what I'm gonna do is wait till he gets to lethal, and then I'll sneak in Leonardo on an unblocked attacker, and I'll hit for 6, and which is what I did. Eastwind Avatar got me there, got him to 6, and then he couldn't block Eastwind. Thought he was taking 2 or 3, and I snuck in Leonardo and hit him for 6. So
Hell yeah.
it also has
Like
another
a true
ability
ninja.
that you. Yeah, the other ability is actually relevant. There's lots of 1 power or toughness creatures that you can cast from your graveyard. So yeah. Newmont played Raph and Mikey. He played his mythic Ninja Turtles, and then I smacked him with Sewer Samurai. But but yeah, the other ability is relevant. It's kind of you use it more than you think. Technique. I didn't see anyone play this. Mighty Mutanimals. Good card. It's 2 bodies for
Mhm.
4, and it also puts a +1/+1 counter on a creature anytime another creature enters. So you're automatically going to get 2 bodies and a +1/+1 counter somewhere, and then every other creature is just going to put a counter somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, just generically good.
Yeah, 4 power for 4. Someone did play Teleportation Circle, and I think they blinked Mighty Mutanimals once, and they
Yeah.
blinked Jenica.
Yeah. Also, we didn't really talk about this, but Alliance being in this set not only is a flavor win, but really plays well with all of the creatures coming in and out and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Double enter
Yeah.
triggers with sneak and all that kind of stuff. So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's pretty cool that you can do that. And then also this is a great target to also try to sneak because you can replay it and get another token and maybe trigger. If you have two of these on the battlefield,
Mm-hmm.
you're kind of popping off with value there.
Yeah, they played Teleportation Circle, and I was like, I think they already had Jenica, and I was like, oh my gosh, every turn they're just making a 2/2. And then
Hmm.
they played Mutanimals, and now it's like when they blinked Jenica, two creatures entered,
Mm,
and so they got two counters
hmm.
from Mighty Mutanimals, and I was just like, man, that
Yeah,
was so.
there you go. Yeah, I'm liking the Blink. This has kind of been the year of Blink
Mm-hmm.
with several things. There's a lot of Blink cards because of Lorwyn already naturally did like Flicker and stuff like that. And then there's a bunch of cards from Avatar with the airbending, and now this set. Like, I mean, I'm a Blink Flicker player, so I think that's really cool.
Yeah, I would love to hit a Trouble in Pairs, bomb card.
Yeah,
Turtles
that's definitely a good
Forever,
chase.
we just talked about. Grounded for Life, good removal spell. Can be reduced if it's a tapped creature. You can play it for 2 instead of 5. They have so Jenica is one of the land cyclers. Every color has one. These are all worth playing. Probably 1 or 2 copies each, because you can just turn 2, go get a land, um, and each of them are on a relevant body that's uh, really kind of costed fairly for even for a common. Let's talk about another bomb in white. Last white card. I don't know this character, but I read about her after I saw this card because I was like, "What in the world? Who is that? And how are they involved in the story?" And she's tied to the Mutanimals. Um, and This card is bomb, bomb, bomb. You curve out, you play Sally Pride, you get the ETB, you make a bunch of tokens, and then if you're lucky, you have Koya, and you blink Sally Pride, and you make a bunch more tokens, which I did, and it was so glorious.
Yeah, it's crazy.
She,
I think this is going to see standard play with all the Lorwyn
yeah,
tokens and stuff.
she counts herself as well.
Hmm.
So again, it's kind of like Jenica or Mutanimals. Uh, you're just getting 2 bodies for 1, but then this counts all your other. So if you play 1, 2, 3, 4, and then play her, you're gonna get 5 tokens. Or you play late game.
This is actually kind of a power crept version of Orescus, I think. Orescos, King of the Pride, or something like
Mm-hmm.
that. Or then there's another one too that
Brimaz,
also
yeah,
makes Brimaz, yeah,
yeah,
but yeah, Brimaz, yeah. But yeah, so normally those cats, funnily enough, they're also cats.
mm-hmm.
Normally they just make the counters,
Yeah,
or they just make like a limited number of bodies.
mm-hmm.
The fact that this one can scale, the more creatures you already have, that is really, really pushed.
Yeah. And then when it attacks, it puts +1/+1 counter on each creature you control,
Hmm.
including
Hmm.
herself. So she becomes a 3/5.
Yeah, because like Regal Caracol only pumps the cats.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, usually it only pumps the tokens that it creates, but yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
No.
If you see if you see this card again, what sucks is you're probably going to lose because you can't respond once it hits the battlefield, other than killing off a creature to maybe reduce the tokens by 1. But yeah. So blue has this brainstorm. I didn't see anybody play that. Fugitive droid. Um, Pretty good. This is actually just a pretty good uncommon. Can't be blocked if another artifact entered, and then for 1, you can 1 blue, you can sack it and counter target spell that targets an artifact or creature you control. Sewer Valence Cam, also good. Flash, when it enters or leaves, you may tap or untap a creature. You flash it in, you tap one of their soon to be attackers, and then later you can sack it to draw 2 cards and then tap another creature at instant speed. So, pretty
Mhm.
good little useful artifact. Buzzbot's also useful. 1/1 Flying Vigilance, when it dies, it replaces itself. This guy makes a mutagen token. I didn't see. I think I saw one person cast this. You can return artifact cards from your graveyard to your hand. I don't know. This is one that's a little bit slower. And the artifact synergies, they're there, but you got to really go. You got to really go hard uh, on like drafting
Yeah.
artifact synergies. I don't think you're going to get it from a sealed pool.
Yeah, it's similar to elementals in Lorwyn. I think you really gotta like stretch to, and it sucks that this one we don't have something like shapeshifters to kind of pad out some of those
Yeah,
archetypes.
yeah,
So that's what I was saying earlier with Donatello. Like anything that has to do with artifacts in this set, like be careful because I don't think there's enough.
yeah. They did push some creatures, some more artifact creatures, but yeah, it is one of those you got to really build it. There are two counter spells in this. There's negate and ooze spill. Ooze spill is just a cancel that makes a mutagen token.
Yeah,
Um,
that's probably what you're gonna get a lot of your artifacts from is the mutagen and the food tokens
yeah.
versus just straight up like creatures. So probably gonna want to focus more on that token production, which makes sense
Hmm.
given again like what Donatello and them do.
Yeah.
But again, just be weary because tokens are vulnerable
Hmm.
and
Yeah.
you still need creatures to win.
I'm just mostly calling out that blue has access to two counter spells in a small set. So if your opponent's
Hmm.
playing blue, there's a good
Probably
chance,
gonna
yeah,
have
they're
them.
probably going to have one. Um,
They're probably gonna have that. They're probably gonna have the bow,
yeah.
the bespoke bow.
Yeah, I got beat one time by a very good blue tempo deck that played bow, played not that Donatello, Metalhead.
Hmm.
Metalhead is also a bounce spell. So you played bow, played Metalhead. There's I can't remember the name of it, but there's like a sorcery that bounces. There's these Utrom scientists, which are an artifact creature that taps and stuns. And that's all they did. They're just like bounce that to your hand, stun that, bounce that to your hand, stun that. And before I knew it, I
Hmm.
was dead. So there's a very good blue tempo deck.
Yeah. I mean, stunning was very powerful in Final Fantasy, so it makes sense. Great to pair with anything that taps stuff down too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think it's interesting that they printed negate in this set. Do you feel like
I just feel like
that was even?
they felt like they needed to give blue something else to control.
Hmm.
Um, um, let's look at all of the Donatellos real quick. We have a rare Donatello Gadget Master. When he deals combat damage to a player, create a token that's a copy of target artifact you control. Again, you're not going to play this unless you're playing artifacts. It does have sneak, but no other evasion. We have Donatello Way with Machines, uncommon, flying. I actually think this one is better.
Hmm.
Like, sure, that's cool making tokens, but this one has evasion, and then it's not capped at one artifact per turn. It's every artifact that enters, you put a counter on him. So I think before you know it, it's going to be a 4/5, and it could run away with the game. And then we
Yeah.
have Donatello Mutant Mechanic. I did have this one. This one's pretty cool. You just have to have it survive. Um, and then unfortunately, you have to tap it on your turn as a sorcery.
Hmm.
But the counters, like when a creature like that dies or leaves the battlefield, I think it says. No, graveyard. It has to die. You move those counters onto another creature. So. And then we
Yeah.
have.
For me, Gadget Master is the most interesting. Oh, sorry. There's also Turtle Techie.
Yeah, this is a common that 3/4 for 4, not bad, draws you a card.
Yeah, you have an artifact. Yeah, for me personally, the Gadget Master is the one I'm probably going to be playing just because it's going to be in Gimbal. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
going to be making token copies of my tokens already.
Yep, yep.
Or make new token copies of artifacts that I couldn't originally make token copies of. But in general, yeah, I do think that Donatello kind of got done dirty, unfortunately. But he's no one's. He's like the least favorite of everyone's. Like he's
Ner-
the fourth turtle for a lot of people, even though I love him.
he had to be nerfed because
Um,
he was in blue. And like, we can't give blue too much power.
I don't like that they put him in blue. Honestly, I think he could have been better in a different color. But I guess it is what it is. Yeah, ultimately, I think, it makes sense. Like, he is the tech guy, like, he loves technology. I would have loved to see him produce mutagens himself, maybe, but I guess
Mm-hmm.
that's not really like storyline wise for him.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Or I would have liked to see him produce just straight up produce robots.
Yeah. Uh,
That would have been cool.
I will
But yeah,
say,
ultimately,
yeah, I didn't see a lot of people play in Donatello, like I said, other than I mean, the common one that draws a card was fine, and then this flying one was
okay.
fine. Uh,
Yeah.
and Donatello's technique is actually pretty good. It's
Yes.
just a divination if you just cast it for three. But
Hmm.
if you have a one drop flyer and then you play this, you draw two cards and then you replay the one drop flyer.
Now let's see the class. Does machines.
Um, yeah, this up here. Mills two cards, draw two cards, then discard two cards.
Yeah, see, he kind of does what I was saying. But here's my thing. Like, I've never disliked, an artifact reanimation, but like realistically, it's probably going to be a token, and usually, at least in limited, it's going to probably be a token.
Hmm.
But usually, those tokens have stuff you want them to do already. Like it's always just felt like a weird way to substitute putting creatures in a color type
Yeah,
or an archetype. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Like make a bunch of artifacts to reanimate one of them or to animate one of them.
yeah,
And there's a similar with it with the mythic one. He does something similar.
yeah.
You turn something into a robot.
He puts three counters on a target artifact you control. So you actually have to have an artifact. If it's
Right.
not a creature, it becomes a creature. Otherwise, it just gets three counters. As you
Okay.
know.
Okay. Because again, here's the scenario. Right. I just played. Okay. I made a food token on turn 3.
Hmm.
I just played Donatello on turn 4. Turn 5, I have a 3/3 and a 3/5. Okay, cool. My green opponent has a 7/7.
Yeah. Well, and what
Like,
sucks too is it has a big butt. It has a 3/5, but you have to tap it on your turn at sorcery speed.
yeah,
And so you're like,
like
well,
that's
so much for this big blocker. I'm just gonna tap it now and make a 3/3.
like yeah. So that's the thing is like I wish they hadn't gone this route with him, because again, it's like you're pretty much asking to be 2 for 1.
Yeah. The only um, time I had any value out of it, I put three counters on like a food token, and then I sacked the food token to a removal spell where I had to sack a creature.
But again, you just got 2 for 1.
And and then
Why does that feel good?
I put those counters on another creature, so I didn't lose the counters because that other ability, um, you can put the
And then
counters
the
on it.
white player
The other
just played
ability,
two
yeah,
cards
yeah, you can at least put the
that gave.
counters on when it dies on another creature. It doesn't have to be an artifact. So it took a little work, but I was like, okay, this is how I can save these. I don't have to use a creature. I can use a food token, and then I can put counters on it and then move the counters over. But it was like a little bit of work.
Yeah, and
Um,
then your white opponent just played Sally and now put 1+1+1 counter on their entire
yeah,
team.
yeah, made five
Like,
2/2s and then attacked and made them all 3/3s. Uh,
yeah, like it just doesn't feel the same.
this was that bonus sheet card I was talking about. Cytoplast Manipulator. Someone played it. Um, I don't know where this is from, but four for a two, graph two, basically is a 2/2. Tap it. Pay a blue, tap it, gain control of target creature with a +1/+1 counter on it for as long as this remains on the battlefield. And then you can move that. You can take the graft counters and move those counters over to your opponent's creatures when they play them. So like, I had a Krang in my hand. I was like, well, crap. If I play this Krang, he's going to put a +1/+1 counter on it and then steal it. That's not going to be
Mhm.
cool. Uh, Here
Yeah.
is if you're playing blue. Here's one of the bomb ES of bomb cards in blue. April O'Neil Hacktivist.
Hmm.
It doesn't look like much because she's just a 1/5 for 4. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card for each card type among spells you've cast this turn. So if you cast an
I'm
artifact
drawing.
and a creature,
Yeah.
sorcery, it just refills your hand. Like every turn, you're
Yeah.
drawing two or three cards.
If anything, you need to make sure you're not going to deck yourself out with this card.
Yeah, like when I saw somebody play, I was like, "What the heck?" They like the turn they played it, they drew two cards, and then the next turn they drew two or three more, and I was like,
Yeah,
I gotta get it off the battlefield."
four, if you're not drawing 3 cards by the end of turn 4 when you play this, then you're not building your deck
Well,
right.
it's just
Because yeah,
it's and it fuels itself. It's like it gives you the
hmm
gasoline to keep playing stuff and drawing cards and hitting land
hmm
drops. Like it's just if you're in blue and you see April, play it or draft it or whatever.
hmm
Um,
you could even this could even be very splashable into any other color combo.
yeah. Mondo Gecko, he's decent. He protects himself. You just have to hold a man up. But there are some colorless ways to deal with him. And then he can draw a card for like I guess Vivid.
Yeah, I mean,
He turns into like if I try to use a white removal spell, he can
yeah.
make himself gain hexproof from
This is gonna do
white.
weird. This is gonna do weird shit in standard for sure. But
Yeah.
limited, I'll be honest. I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna be a little sad.
Yeah, it doesn't have evasion. So the whole draw card when it deals combat damage is kind of tough, but
hmm
it never was relevant. Let's see.
What would now would have been really good if it said discard a card till end of turn becomes the color of your choice and gains protection
Mm-hmm.
from every other color. Now that would be sick.
It would be. Yep. Return to the Sewers. This is one of those put top or bottom. One of those tempo spells. Um, Metalhead, pretty good uncommon.
hmm
Renette, Flash, and basically time walks your opponent. Every permanent, non-land permanent that enters the battlefield goes back to their hand.
hmm
Pretty good tempo play. Somebody hit me with that one time. I was like, okay, okay. Stockman's fine. I didn't see this at all, so can't really. It looks like it's a bomb, but I didn't see anybody play it.
Stockman's.
Kitsune,
Oh, Kitsune,
yeah.
Dragon's Daughter. I
What
was reading
is
this
up,
one.
Heffa? Thanks for stopping
What
by the
up,
stream.
Effa?
We are doing some pre-release primer right now. We're going through blue. I didn't see anyone play this, but it looks like it's a really good card. It's got to be answered.
hmm
Kitsune's Technique, great mill card. Probably one of the best, cheapest mill cards. Mill half their library for two, if you sneak it. But there's
Wow, yeah.
not a super strong mill strategy in this limited.
No, but I
So
can't wait to see this in Commander.
yeah, Commander, it's gonna be hilarious. Maybe even Standard be hilarious
Maybe standard.
because
This with Aether, what is it? River Churn
River
Monument.
Churn Monument. Yep, just win the game.
That's actually pretty nice. That's actually pretty nice.
Turtles in Time resets the board.
hmm
Sorcery speed. So if you don't have anything to drop, you're just passing and crying. And then
hmm
Krang is decent for artifacts. Does draw you some cards if your hand's empty.
I will say, chat, don't get tricked by Turtles in Time. This reminds me very much of what was it? The one from Fate Reforged,
Hmm.
or the Tarkir one rather.
Yeah, yeah.
It was a similar. They ended up banning it. It was a similar time walk for the same cost.
I
Yeah, it's
guess
just like
I guess if
don't
you want,
forget,
yeah,
like,
if you have like an empty board, it's great because then you're gonna shuffle your opponent's stuff and you're each gonna draw seven cards.
but
Or
don't forget your
they don't
opponent's
have
drawing
to.
7 cards too.
They don't have to. They may, but if like you have an empty board and you're like my hand sucks, I need an answer. That's about the only time I'd play this.
Yeah, it's not an auto pickup, that's for sure. Not first draft, not first pick. If you pull it, you could play it, but don't like you're not gonna win with it.
Yeah. Uh, all right, we are going back up to. Again, we'll kind of try to move faster. Black. Dream Beavers. This card's it's just a good one drop. You get
Mhm.
to scry one. You have a flyer that for ninja for sneak for all your ninjas, and then let's read this flavor text. We've drained human life for millennia. Then one day, turtles, delectable, will suck you dry and spit out the shells.
So fucked. Dreaming about the beef.
Dream it,
Damn, you're
man.
right.
Yeah, dream beavers, and looks like nightmare beavers, but Yeah, that last line will suck you dry and spit out the shells.
So fucked.
But no, seriously, decent card. Black actually has two of the best one drops. Four ninjas, which is great. I mean, obviously, you have the Foot Clan. They're in black. Go ahead and just bite the bullet
Right.
because either they're going to sneak something in and then just replay this, or they're going to hold this back as a blocker and it's going to stop all of your super powerful turtles for the rest of the game. But yeah, Dream Beavers and Squirrelnoids both great for ninjas. Uh,
Hmm.
One of the best removal spells. I think this will make some play in standard because it's instant speed. Exile target creature mana value 3 or less. It's basically a reprint of like other removal spells that have been like this in the past.
Yeah, Death in the Family.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people are playing. What is it? The one that can't be countered from Karlov,
Long shot,
Last
or
Resort,
not long shot, but
Last Resort or something,
yeah,
or
yeah.
Last Rite.
This just gives something death touch and returns to the battlefield tapped. This guy's just okay. Fills your graveyard. Rat King, Verminster, Verminister. Sorry, Verminister. Super good card. 2 drop makes rat tokens, and then you can sack 3 rats, including himself, if you need to return target creature card and all other cards with the same name as that creature from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. You just need permanents to leave the battlefield, and then you make rats, and then you sack those rats to reanimate something.
Interesting that they put in Disappear, which is similar to Revolt, I think, from Aether Revolt.
Mm-hmm.
But it's any permanent.
Yeah. And it's only on your turn. Yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be in rat decks. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it could be the new like rat commander for all those decks that
Mm-hmm.
play the relentless rats and things like that.
Yeah.
Shredder's armor, another equipment, auto equips when it enters. Otherwise, you sack a permanent. So if you need something to leave the battlefield, you can do that. Splinter, I played Splinter. It's decent. Gives other ninjas +1/+1, but honestly, it's not. I thought this would have been better. A two drop 1/3 with Sneak 1 and Menace, but
Mhm.
it just really didn't. I didn't see it make that much of a difference. Stomped by the Foot. So we've seen this on other removal spells in black. Give a creature -2/-2, or sack a creature or artifact and give something -5/-5. Pretty
Oh
good.
my God, Kicker. They're being real cheeky with this one
What? Stomped
because
by
it
the
has
Foot.
Kicker.
Kicker,
Stomp
yeah.
by the Foot has Kicker.
Yeah. Yeah. So we had Channel, we have Kicker. This may be the only card with Kicker. Um, but yeah. It's at common, so you might see these more often. They're actually pretty good. Super Shredder, just a bomb. I mean, things are leaving the
Hmm.
battlefield left and right, and he has Menace. Eventually, he's a 6/6 with Menace that you got to deal with.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, even if you play this on turn 2, you're probably going to start getting some attacks in with the
Mm-hmm.
Menace.
Mutagen tokens
Um,
leave, food tokens leave, creatures die,
mhm.
people sneak stuff in and out. It's really good.
Yeah, try to focus on the tokens so you can have more control over when this happens.
Honestly, if you're playing black, I think you're just playing this no matter what. It's a good 2 drop.
Mhm. Yeah, but if you use the token strategy, because I think even mutagen is that sorcery speed or instant speed.
Mutagen is sorcery speed,
Okay,
but
so try to focus on food so you can
yeah.
control this unless you have a lot of good sneak stuff.
There's lots of things that care about creatures leaving the battlefield, like we saw with Rat King. There's
Hmm.
Insectoid Exterminator. There
Hmm.
is Lord Drag is probably one of the better ones. It makes a 1/1 flyer at the end step. Um, so things like that. And then as far as bombs, like rare bombs, Madam Null,
Ooh,
Power
Lord
Broker.
Dreg kind of has its own little engine too. We didn't really mention this
It
because
does, yeah.
yeah, because it makes the token. If you get rid of something, then you can sack the token and then trigger himself again.
Yes, the best thing I saw with this, we'll skip ahead a little bit to multicolored, but it was Lord Dredge with Ice Cream Kitty. Ice Cream Kitty has pay 2, sack another creature or token, draw a card. Activate only as
Mm-hmm.
a sorcery. So on your turn, you sack a token, um, like a flying insect after you attacked. Draw a card, and then end step you make another one.
Yeah, it itself is also a food.
Yep, pretty good. Yeah, Ice Cream Kitty is one of the best 2 drops as well. But okay. So Madam Null, really good. Another creature you control enters pay life equal to its power. If you do put that many +1/+1 counters, it just speeds up your game. Everything, yes, if your life total's low, you can't do this, but you drop a 3/3, now it's a 6/6. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you're probably winning the game. This class is one of the best classes because it has a built-in aristocrats effect. When a creature leaves the battlefield, you control leaves the battlefield, each opponent loses 1 life. So it puts a clock on your opponent. But then the next mode is actually really strong. Creatures you control get +1/+1 and have menace. You know how many times like you're mid to late game and you think you have your blocks figured out, and then someone all of a sudden says all my creatures get +1/+1 menace. And then the final mode, you basically you can replay your creature cards from the graveyard with sneak.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty strong. Menace is I think becoming more and more relevant because so many, especially this year. I mean, this year tokens galore
Mm-hmm.
everywhere, right? So like Menace, forcing them to use those two like if you have 3 or 4 creatures with Menace, that's damn near impossible for your opponent to deal with after a certain point.
Yeah. I mean, someone played this and they just had little tokens, like little 1/1 tokens. Now
Yeah,
they're
that's what I'm
now they're
saying.
all 2/1 menace tokens.
That's annoying. That's enough to be concerned.
Yeah, and it's like, well, I need to block this, but well, I have to put 2 creatures on it, so now that little 2/1 gets through, or whatever.
And when
Ninja.
you're top decking and you
Mhm.
only have 1 creature on the battlefield and you're top decking,
Yeah.
you're needing creatures, then you're playing it, and then you're getting that second creature
Hmm.
removed. Again, that menace is getting really relevant.
Yeah, and then it helps out with that final ability to give things in your graveyard sneak, because now it's like, well, I can't block everything because they have menace. Oh wait, now they can just sneak in this. Well, crap,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah.
just like Super Shredder. If you open this and you're playing black, you're gonna play Ninja Teen. It's that good.
Right.
Um, Here's a common that is really good. It's a Rokusaki Shredder Rising, and then it sneaks in for 2. So again, if you play Dream Beavers or another 1 drop, you sneak this in and you hit for 3, and you draw a card and lose a life.
Mm-hmm.
Seems unassuming, but it's actually, and this is also one that I don't mind playing multiple copies of in the deck because it's probably going to die in combat somewhere.
Yeah, and so then you give this sneak. I mean, you give this menace plus 1. Now
Mm-hmm.
you're getting up to
4.
4.
Yeah.
Pretty
Yep.
relevant.
Shredder's Revenge is okay. It's just one of those like it's modal. You can mind rot someone, make them discard 2 cards, which is really fun when they only have 2 cards left, or make
Yeah.
yourself draw 2 cards and lose 2 life. Or if you're at the end of the game and they're at 2 life, you can say, "Hey, you draw 2 cards and lose 2 life."
Yeah, similar to Avatar, I've won, or rather, I'm playing right now from the Avatar set in my mono black deck, Ozai's Cruelty,
Mm-hmm.
because that extra 2 is very relevant. Obviously, discarding is very different from drawing, but
Yeah.
again, in a deck like that where I'm already draining them the entire game,
Mm-hmm.
and I literally just need to get that last 2 in, or that last 2 is what's going to win me
Yeah.
the game. Giving them those 2 cards is totally worth it.
Yeah. Remember this. I'm going to come back to this card in just a minute because there's something I've tried to do and want to do in one of my drafts, but it's revolving around this card. But next up is
Hmm.
Shredder's Technique. Just a good removal spell. It's a murder, 2 and a black to destroy target creature, or enchantment. You do lose 2 life if you target enchantment, but it also sneak 1, so you can return an unblocked attacker and do it for 1. People don't see this coming
Now,
early game either, because you're like, oh, you only have 1
just to
mana
be
open.
clear,
Hmm.
hold on, just to be clear, when you sneak this in, you get to ignore timing.
You do. Yep. You would do it
Okay.
the moment you sneak it. You pay the cost. You return a creature, and then you pay 1 black, and you cast it at instant speed.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah. Pretty good.
Black has the best
Yeah,
removal, no surprise there. Um, but
as it
yeah,
should, right?
yeah, because we already talked about Death in the Family, Stomped by the Foot, Shredder's
That is
Technique.
something I've noticed about like this year's UB sets is that they very much are sticking to the archetypes of the colors. There's not a
Mm-hmm.
lot of like color pie bending. It's very cut and dry in terms of like white is doing what you expect it to do, blue is doing what you know what I mean. So
Mm-hmm.
like they've it seems like they're using their normal sets
Mm-hmm.
more for that experimentation now, which I'm fully expecting Strixhaven to be like that.
Yeah.
Kind of needs to be.
And then so that's three good removal spells, and you also have Anchovy and Banana Pizza. And this artifact enters, destroy target creature. It's like a ravenous chupacabra on a food.
That's also a food. That's pretty cool.
Yep.
The
So,
fact that this kills someone though is
well,
hilarious.
remember you had Baked in a Pie, which Baked in a Pie was instant speed, but it killed a
Hmm.
creature, and I think if you had something like
Left.
spent three black
It,
on it, you made a food or something.
no, it turned him into a food.
Oh yeah, baked
It
into a
killed
pie.
him and then
Yeah.
made him a food.
So this is just like that, only it's sorcery speed artifact. But there are uses for this, and you can actually tutor for this. I'll
Hmm.
um, show you how later.
Yeah, just from a flavor perspective though, it is very hilarious.
Flavor, but
Uh, uh.
here's another card that cares about permanent leaving the battlefield. You make a ninja token, has lifelink, like Lord Dreg. It's probably the second best. I like Lord Dreg first because of the evasion, but Foot Mystic
Mhm.
is another good replacement for that. This card, bomb, 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 bomb. Shark Shredder, Killer Clone, 4/4 with First Strike. It's hard to kill this thing. 4/4 for
Mhm.
4 with First Strike, but it sneaks for 5. Here's one that sneaks a little more expensive to sneak, but that's because when it deals combat damage to a player, you put up to one creature card from that player's graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. It enters tapped and attacking that player.
Yeah.
This thing, if you don't remove this, you're just going to lose.
Shark Octopus Ninja. Love it.
Know nothing about this character, but it's Shark Shredder, so it has to be good.
Mhm.
Southwind Avatar, pretty good. Another Death Toucher, but it gains you lots of life. Pings your opponent. This is a special guest or whatever bonus sheet card. Didn't see anybody play this. What is that? Aristocrat of the Shadow Sworn.
Oh,
Other rats
yeah.
get
We're,
plus
we're,
X, or X is the number of rats you control.
oh, I think it's a Kamigawa card.
Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't see anybody play it. Splinter's Technique. It's
Beautiful
a
artwork.
Splinter's Technique. Basically demonic tutor for 3 and a black, or you can sneak it for 1 and a black. It's a diabolic tutor, uh, but you can sneak something and uh, Bebop, another one of the land cyclers. Now, what's
Do
cool
you
is
feel
they.
like from a flavor perspective, Splinter is black just because he's like the hard ass of the, he's like the mean dad.
I think I don't know. I guess that since all of the turtles had the other Woober colors, they Donnie in blue, Mikey in green, Leo in white,
Yeah.
Raph in red. They're just like, well, let's put Splinter in black. So we have
There is
like,
also, I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, Splinter is different from the turtles. I don't know that he was just a rat.
he was in the movie.
Was he?
Yeah, remember he learned from his master. He was like in his cage, like doing the movements.
Right. And was his? I could have sworn there was a connection with Splinter. I mean, with Shredder,
Yeah,
and that
he
might be also.
again. This is I don't know anything about how the comic books portrayed it, but in the movie, Shredder killed his master because I guess his master stole the love of his life or whatever.
Yeah.
And Splinter jumped on his face and scratched Shredder. That's why Shredder wears the mask because
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Splinter scratched him. And anyway, kind of funny now
No,
that you
that's
think
actually
about it.
how it happened in the comics too.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Um,
that's also how it was in the comics. Yeah.
It's funny, I can remember Splinter's name, Oroku Saki, but I can't remember uh, Splinter's master's name, and I know he said it in the movie.
It was Hamato Yoshi.
Yeah, Hamato Yoshi.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh,
And then they added the thing where the he claws his face. That was added for the movie.
yeah, which is kind of stupid if you think about it. Like
Yeah.
a rat jumps on his face and claws him. Okay. But I guess he
It
was
is a New
doing the
York
ninja.
rat
He was
though.
doing the ninja moves
Mm-hmm.
in his cage, so I guess he knew how to claw. Um, all right, so Bebop, they have Bebop and Rocksteady. They're kind of like the Turtles. They have different. They have like a dual card, but they also have their own. Bebop is a black creature for 5 that swamp cycles. He has Menace, and then he says rhinos you control have Menace. Bebop is not a rhino. Bebop is a boar mutant warrior. Guess who's a rhino? Rocksteady.
Mm-hmm.
Rocksteady in green is a forest cycler for 6. He can't be blocked by more than one creature. He says boars you control can't be blocked by more than one creature.
Mm-hmm.
So let's look at
Yeah.
this. Bebop says rhinos you control have Menace. Rocksteady says boars you control can't be blocked by more than one creature. So if you have them both on the battlefield at the same time, they're unblockable. Because they give themselves Menace and can't be blocked by more than one creature. So if you play Golgari and you manage to get Bebop and Rocksteady out on turn 5 and then turn 6, you have 2 unblockable creatures. Pretty cool. Uh,
Yeah, definitely.
I like them just
Love the
because they're,
synergy.
yeah, again, they're fairly costed. These are commons. They're fairly costed. I mean, 5 mana for a 5/4 Menace or 6 mana for a 7/7 can't be blocked by more than one creature. Like fairly costed common, and they swamp cycle or force cycle. Another bomb in black is Savanti Romero. If you loved Aether Drift and you loved Speed Demon, Savanti is a creature like Speed Demon. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you put a +1/+1 counter on Savanti. Then you draw X cards and lose X life, where X is the number of counters on Savanti Romero. So first turn, he is a 5/5 trampler for 5 that drew you a card. Second turn, he is a 6/6 trampler that draws you 2 more cards. So you draw 3 cards if this thing survives 2 turns. Next turn, you'll draw 3 more cards. So you'll draw 6 cards. Um, Now it is killing you. It's like Speed Demon. It's dealing damage to you or making you lose life, but you have so much card advantage. It's kind of like April O'Neil Hacktivist. If they don't remove this within the turn or two, you've got just gas in your hands. Pretty
Yeah,
cool.
definitely a like high risk, high reward type of card.
Yeah, and you're probably going to be attacking with it too, because you're like, oh, here's 6
Mm-hmm.
trample. Here's, or actually be what, 7? No, it puts 1 counter a turn. Yeah, so the turn you can attack with it, it's going to be 6 trample, then 7 trample, then 8
Yeah.
trample.
I do like that it's a 5 drop because like you're gonna play it turn 5 best case scenario, and you're probably gonna want to try to close out the game pretty quickly after that
Mm-hmm.
anyway.
Yeah, it's just like Speed
Um,
Demon. You know, you got a clock on yourself, but you're also putting a clock on your opponent.
mhm. Yeah, I would say if you really want to get cheeky with this, you can try to find some sack outlets so you can kind of mitigate some of that life loss.
You can,
Or again, pack your deck full of foods, pack them
or
up with those food
yeah,
removals.
or you draw the cards and then you sneak it out because they did.
Mm,
The only bad about it's like if I'm not going to kill you, then maybe I need to sneak this out. So
mm-hmm,
and there are some other big sneak creatures like Shredder Unrelenting that deals 6 damage. So like you still might be doing
mm.
this close to the same amount of damage, and then just resetting Savanti.
And if you really just want to draw a shit ton of cards, you could also just pile counters onto this.
You could, yeah. Um, but yeah, Bomb, Shredder's Unrelenting, good uncommon, good sneak target. Sometimes people aren't prepared to like, oh, I didn't block your 1/1 or your 2/2. You hit me for 6? What? You know, what the heck?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good, and it gives Death Touch. Another bomb, and again, I saw this card a lot because the set was so small. So if someone's playing black, you can probably guarantee they're either going to have Savanti or Shark Shredder or the cloning of Shredder. It's a mythic rare. This card is crazy. Um, if you even if you just like land cycle Bebop, you get a copy of it 3 turns in a row, and it basically says the legend rule doesn't apply to those. Um, bless you. Um, but yeah, cloning of Shredder. I saw this a lot, and for the most part, like it just ran away with the game because you just had a creature, a creature, a creature, and usually it was one of your bigger creatures.
Yeah, definitely. The fact that it's uncommon is crazy.
Well,
Or
that was
sorry, I was thinking of a different card.
yeah.
No, I was gonna say my only thing that this is the legendary rule does not matter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 3 copies of your best card is insane.
Yeah. I mean, like I
The
said,
only the only
even
downside is you already had to have lost the creature at some point.
yeah. Well, I had a game where I had like cycled Bebop, and I just got 3 copies of a Menace.
Yeah, yeah,
And it's like deal with this
it's a great
Menace
move.
5/4 3 turns in a row for free. I mean, like I paid 6 mana for the cloning of Shredder, and got 1 back. That's a decent. It's not far off his regular cost. Next turn I have another one. Next turn I have another one. Another game like opponent had flyers, and I was able to get like a green 4/4 that had reach, just 3 turns in
Hmm.
a row. Like I'm gonna have this 4/4 with reach 3 turns in a row.
Yeah.
Um, so that's just. And then here I didn't see this card, but I did get to play this. I've got another clip coming tomorrow of where I got to play against Carlo MTG, my good buddy, who plays standard. Carlo
Hmm.
built a standard deck with um, Smuggler Surprise, the green spree card from Thunder Junction, where you can like put 2 creatures from your hand into play. Um, and he played, is it Relentless Assault from Final Fantasy? It's like 4 and 2 red. Um, you like mill cards, and then you put all creature cards into play with haste. Whatever it was, Carlo
I think it's random encounter.
random encounter. Yeah, random encounter. Carlo built had a standard deck with random encounter and with Smuggler Surprise, and he threw in Armagon here, Future Shark, because when enters you destroy up to 3 target creatures, and it has Flash. It's a 9/6 to cheat in, and then he also put Krang, which is the 9/9 artifact, flying haste indestructible. And anyway, you have to watch the clip, but I played Carlo's deck, and it was really fun. Cheating in
Yeah, it's
Armagon.
like a crazy deck.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, 8's a lot of mana, but again, think if you got this in the graveyard. So I told you I wanted to go back to cloning of Shredder, or I wanted to go back to Shredder's
What did you
Revenge.
win? Yeah.
I tried to do this one time, but I unfortunately I miscalculated like on the combat math that my opponent had. I wanted to use Shredder's Revenge to target myself to discard 2 cards
Mm.
and either discard an Armagon or where are you, buddy? Or Krang. So I had Krang. I
Hmm.
finally got it. The last one I did, I had Krang and I had Shredder's Revenge and I had the cloning of Shredder. And I forced myself to discard 2 cards and I pitched Krang. And the next turn, I was going to be able to do the cloning of Shredder and reanimate Krang 3 times in a row.
Damn,
So
that's value right there.
yeah, it could happen. It could happen if you can figure out how to get uh like if you could force yourself to discard with Shredder's Revenge, you could discard your bomb and then play the cloning of Shredder on 6 and like just laugh as you do this 3 turns in a row.
Hmm. Hmm.
So anyway, but yeah, this is decent card though, fun card. Um, this card pissed me off over and over. Moving on to red, Casey Jones, Jury Rig, Justicar. It's kind
Oh
of
yeah.
it's kind of like we talked about with Donatello. You have to have a lot of artifacts in your deck. Pretty much every time I played this, I whiffed, and then I saw my removal go by or my bomb go by.
Mm,
And I was like, I didn't even want to play it. Like I'd have it in my hand, and I'm like, I don't want to play you. So
nicely as haste, that'll actually be relevant
yeah,
sometimes.
yeah. Like if you are managed to build a big artifact deck, it's got haste and it's good. Um, but yeah, I whiffed on it so many times.
Hmm.
Probably one of the best cards for every format is Cool but Rude. Again, I what little standard I played, this card showed up in all of the discard decks with
Hmm.
the Monument to Endurance, the Mako, Inti. There's the blue shark that flies. Cool but Rude um, with Monument to Endurance. Whenever you discard, it's like Monument dealt me 3 and Cool but Rude dealt me 2 for every card.
Hmm.
It just like
Yeah, there's gonna
murdered.
be a four of in those decks for
Yeah,
sure.
it murdered me out of nowhere. And then the last mode is a gamble. Yeah, Green Goblin. If you're playing Green Goblin decks. But yeah, I can't remember what life
Yep.
total I was at, but I was like, all right, I've got the Flying Shark. It got to 5 before I knew it. Cool but Rude was dealing me 2 damage for every card they discarded. Monument hit me for 3. It was just like out of nowhere, like 12 damage. Um,
Yep. I could see that. I could definitely see that.
so I
I
think,
like it.
yeah, I think this one you'll see in standard for sure. Hard worn Jitte, again, a nod to, even though Raphael is known to have size, Magic is
Yeah.
using the Jittes. Good, good equipment. Double Strike is good over and over. I saw this once. This could be really good. Um, it can clone itself late game. It's a mana sink. Burn spell that we've seen this on cards before. You use it and you can choose to put a card from your hand on the bottom and then draw a card. If you got something that's like a dead card in your hand, or if you're trying to get a land, hit a land drop. Um, I did this instead of land cycling a creature. I was like, oh, I'll just use this burn spell and I'll pitch something, and sure enough, hit my land drop. Okay, this card's okay. It's also got removal stapled into it. Um, I like I like functional cards like this where you can do multiple things.
Yeah, I agree.
Raphael Tough Turtle, impact trimmers built onto a creature, always good with the alliance mechanic. And all the token makers we already showed you earlier. If you're able to get Sally Pride or those 2-for-1 creatures, you're dropping a bunch of little pings.
It's interesting that they printed another one of these alliance deal one damage, and it's actually weaker than the previous one that they did because that would deal damage to each opponent.
Yeah, this is only target opponent. Good catch there. I didn't pay attention to that.
Yeah, this is technically a little weaker. I know because well now my ex, so we would play Convoke and tokens entering and all that. So
Yeah.
yeah, like that. I always look for the ones that do damage to each opponent, because when you do an effect like this, you want to do it to everybody and as
Mm-hmm.
quick as possible. Like,
Yeah.
because you're just going to become a lightning rod instantly. If you're pinging everybody and you're making a bunch of tokens.
Yeah.
So that's why I tend to go towards the each opponent versus target opponent. So it's interesting that they went and they printed that, especially on what is kind of like a marquee card for the set. Being on
Yeah.
a turtle.
I also don't like that it's Raphael. I think this could have been another, like an enemy unit or something.
Anyone? Yeah.
I mean, look at it. It's Raphael, Tough Turtle. He's pumping iron, and he's a 1/3.
Yeah, and you need another creature to enter, not him. He's not doing
Yeah.
anything.
I don't like it as his character. Um, it could have been another creature. I mean, like we have purple dragon punks, like they're a creature. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just not a Raphael coded card, but whatever. It does
Yeah,
win you games
yeah,
though. This is a card that looks unassuming until you look back and you're like, oh, I played 7 creatures after I played Raphael.
yeah.
So he
In
dealt,
limited, you could build around this easily.
yeah. there are token decks and there are token makers. We might have glossed
It
over
is
it.
unfortunate that it's legendary though, because you're gonna see a lot of these because they're common.
Yeah, we might have glossed over it, but in white there's a card that made 3/1/1 spirits.
Mm,
I don't know if I missed that. Oh,
mm,
the Last Ronin technique. Yeah, the Last Ronin technique makes 3/1/1 Ninja Turtle spirits. So again,
hmm,
you could get to the end of the game and
mhm.
need to push through damage, and then you're making tokens, and then boom.
Yeah,
Um,
I unfortunately have to BRB again. 1 second.
sure, sure. Um, Underworld Breach reprint, Ravenous Robots. Here's a way to make a bunch of little tokens whenever it is a 2/1 itself for 2, so decent creature. But every time you play an artifact spell, you make tokens, and then you can give those tokens haste. Um, Wingnut, this creature again looks a little unassuming, but when another creature enters, you can give it flying, menace, or haste. And again, and if you two creatures enter, you get to choose two of those, so you can give flying and menace. Haste, kind of weird that they gave it haste, but the main ability has what essentially is battle cry. When this attacks, each other attacking creature gets +1/+0 to end of turn. So if you're playing like the token strategy, um, he can like get flying or menace, and then when he attacks, you're pumping the other little guys. This was also played in the discard decks. Casey Jones Vigilante. Um, when it enters, you draw 3 cards, and it does have the drawback of your next upkeep, you discard 3 cards at random. Um, but again, in the standard discard decks, like it's a free draw 3, play something that's relevant now, and then next turn you're just automatically discarding 3. You're getting all 3 modes of Monument to Endurance. You're getting 3 triggers on Cool but Rude. Um, Again, I don't like it if you got something in your hand that you don't want to lose, but with Cool but Rude, and with Monument to Endurance, this card was really strong.
You want to go back to Ravenous Robots?
Yep.
Probably gonna play this in Gimbal. Uh, I do wish they were 2/2s and not 1/1s,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
now it's a different robot token I have to keep track of.
You have to have multiple robot tokens. Yeah.
Yeah.
1/1s, 2/2s, putting counters on stuff. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
It's just free value. It reminds me of Young Pyromancer, but for artifacts.
Mm-hmm.
Just spitting out little 1/1s. Good with Raphael Tough Turtle as well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this was. I played it once and I didn't like it because I was like, I got these removal spell, and I hope you don't make me discard this removal spell. But it was fine. Jenica's technique. Switch to the base printing real quick. Um, this is a instant speed pyroclasm.
Mm.
You really need to build around it. Like your decks need to have like 3 toughness, otherwise, you're gonna wipe yourself out as well. But I
This
do.
didn't need sneak.
No, it didn't. I mean, it's fine. There's been other cards like this for 3 mana instant speed. There's one for pirates and one for vampires, I think.
I'm not even sure a scenario. I guess it's cool because you'll save a creature that would die to the pyroclasm, but like
Yeah.
I can't even think of a scenario where one unblocked creature lets me then board wipe.
Well, I guess the cool thing is if they're blocking, like let's say you're sending in tokens, right? And they block a 1/1 token with their 1/3, then you can kind of wipe their board too. But
I think what's cooler is you're coming into a board of 3/2/2s with a 6/6.
mhm.
No, but then that's still not the sneak.
Yeah, the sneak is not
It
very
didn't need
relevant.
sneak.
Yeah, it's not very relevant. It's really just, the times people played it against me, I had like played 2-drop, 3-drop, and stuff like that had two toughness, and they just like wiped 3 of my creatures with one
Yeah, the
card.
sneak makes it more of a win more card
Yeah, it
than
did.
like a
It,
tactical
yeah,
card.
it didn't need sneak. I agree. Mutant Town Musician's just a little filler dude. Gets bigger, has trample. All right, this creature doesn't seem like much, but it has first strike during your turn. It's a 3/1, and it lets you loot. I kept forgetting about the first strike, and people were just like, "Oh, here, swing in for three first strike." Good aggressive creature. So when we're talking about like the bread method, we're talking about aggro. Anything with first
Yeah.
strike and 3 power is actually pretty relevant.
Yeah.
And then it loots, it just smooths out your draws. Spicy oatmeal pizza, a removal spell on an artifact, so a food. Remember, black had the food that destroyed a creature. Spicy oatmeal pizza deals 4 damage, and then 3 damage to you, and then you can sack it to gain the 3 life back. I don't really like the drawback of 3 damage to you because some games you're like, I can't even play this because you know I'm at a low life total.
Yeah, it's a weird like we'll give you back the life. I think it's just fun that it's an artifact that you can. It's a damage spell. It's a damage dealing artifact, which I can't even remember the last time they printed that. And then on top of that, it gets you. You can tutor it,
Mm-hmm.
and then you can use it as food for
Yep.
varying like tons of different strategies. And then for flavor, again, but the fact that they keep using these fucked up pizzas as removal is hilarious to
Yeah, like
me.
here's some pizza, and now you're dead. Oh,
Yeah. Well, it's
so
just like this idea of
you know,
like
and
people
they
wanting to
missed
play.
the opportunity from the movie to have penicillin pizza to heal
Mm,
you. Remember the quote?
mm-hmm,
There's
mm-hmm.
pizza.
You're right. You're right.
That depends. Do you want penicillin on your pizza?
Yeah.
Fungus.
That one should have just healed you. It should have looked absolutely terrible,
Yeah,
but healed you.
immediately sacked for free and healed you.
Yeah.
Um, another red removal spell, bot bashing time. Great one. Usually this effect costs you 5 mana to get 6 damage, but for 4 mana you get six
Wow.
damage, and if that creature would die, you exile it instead, which is relevant.
That's really pushed.
It's also
Yeah, wow.
one of the only other than the black exile spell. There's not a lot of exile, um, so that's there.
Yeah,
Right.
six is yeah.
Yeah. The only problem is there are several green creatures that are 7 or 8 toughness.
Hmm.
So you're screwed.
This could be standard play as a one-off because right now, I mean, I'm paying with my mono red deck, I'm paying five to do five with the
Yeah.
lessons you can kick.
Yeah. Now this is sorcery speed, unfortunately, but still.
But that's why, as a one-off or a
Yeah.
sideboard card.
Raphael, most attitude, menace, 4/3. When another creature you control enters, you can exile the top card, you impulse draw, and when it attacks, you can play a card exiled. You still have to pay the cost. So again, not. I think they kind of did Raphael dirty too. He like for as tough as Raphael's is, like his cards don't really display that. Like here's the mythic.
Yeah, I mean, he should have been like, I mean, Menace is nice.
Yeah, here's
Really,
the
he should have had some sort of like similar to like fire breathing, but like
mm,
something that represented like his rage,
his
where
anger.
you can make.
Yeah, yeah, and that was again. It's uncommon, so I know it's kind of nitpicking on an uncommon. But here's the mythic. 4/4 for 4 must be blocked if abled. When it is dealt damage, you add that much red until the end of turn. You don't lose mana as it steps and phases in.
Okay.
Um, Most of the time, this guy's just chump blocked. Like here, I'll block it with a 1 power or 2. It doesn't have menace. He's just must be blocked if able. Um, you know,
Yeah, I guess it's supposed to also be kind of like this is like his rage or his like berserker because you can use the red mana to like deal that. Oh, it actually says in rage.
yeah,
You can use the red mana to do more spells or like pump him up
yeah. I guess if
or
you want to lightning bolt him, lightning bolt him to
yeah,
add more red mana.
yeah. You would get you would get two red mana in the process.
Mm-hmm. Raphael Night Watcher. This one I like the most. Because attacking creatures you control have double strike, so that's going to surprise a lot of people. They think they have made fair blocks, and then now all of a sudden you return something and then you give your other attacking creatures double strike. He gets double strike as well, but
Yeah, double strike, I like that a lot more. That is definitely very Raphael
yeah.
coded. But also double strike right now, again, going back to mono red and standard, I'm defeating people left and right with the astronaut, the
Mm-hmm.
goblin that has menace and then eventually gets double strike.
Yeah,
So yeah, I mean that double strike gets so brutal so fast.
I agree. Rock Soldiers just lets you destroy a non-creature artifact. All will be one reprint. The last Ronin art. If you get this, you're gonna be putting counters on stuff. It's probably pretty good. Broadcast
Also, you're getting
Takeover.
a hell of a cool piece of art.
Yeah, yeah. Broadcast Takeover was not. I didn't see anybody play it. Um,
Mm,
it
yeah, that's dumb.
it's
The only
not.
the only the only benefit to this is like take all your opponent's food and then gain a bunch of life.
Yeah, or mutagen or whatever.
Yeah.
But then you got to have the mana to do it too. You know.
I'm gonna say, yeah, but that's already a huge mana sink.
Here is something that sacrifices an artifact to deal 4 damage. So it reminds me of like uh other red cards at ETB and deal damage,
Mhm.
but you actually have to sack an artifact to do that.
Yeah, again, you're probably throwing away a food or a mutagen.
Mm-hmm.
But again, four. I mean, well, 4 damage can win you the game because it can get rid of that one blocker that's gonna stop
It could.
your menace on another creature or something.
Yeah, it could. Old Hob,
But
Alley Cat Blues, another Boros token. I made a mistake with this card. I only got to play it once. But at the beginning of combat on your turn, you create a 2/2 red mutant creature token. It gains haste until end of turn. So you're going to attack with it because you have to destroy it at the beginning of the next end step.
mhm.
Now, the ability is for 1 and a white, target attacking creature token gains indestructible to end of turn.
Mm, that's why
Um,
it says destroy it.
yeah, so you can make it indestructible and save the creature, but the timing on this is kind of like Sneak. You have to do it in combat.
Hmm, hmm.
The mistake I made was I didn't like go into full control on Arena, um, and I
Mm,
was waiting for removal, and because I had some other cards in my hand, and I was waiting to see if they. I didn't want to tap out, and they didn't play any removal, and then Arena just did the combat damage and then sacked the creature. Um, or I didn't have an opportunity to give the creature indestructible because I moved through combat. So it has to be in combat to give it indestructible because it has to be attacking. Once you're in the second main phase, it's no longer attacking, so you can't give it indestructible. Make sense?
yeah. I'm definitely gonna play this if I get it, and I'm definitely gonna keep the tokens.
Yeah, yeah. If you can, um, it also makes a token that you can sack, for something else.
Hmm.
But it's cool. Just over and over tokens every turn. Slash. I did not see this at all. This is like Perforos. If I saw this, I would
Now,
have
this is
played
what
it.
I'm talking about.
Yeah, this should have been Raphael.
Yeah,
I mean, no
yeah. Well,
no
whenever
knock
you
on
deal,
Slash.
yeah.
Slash is cool, but Raphael should have had this card.
If I had not given away the deck that this card wants to be in, it would be going in there 100% as a second Perforos.
Yeah, yeah.
It's very, very good for Convoke. Very, very good for token decks.
Mm-hmm.
Very, yeah. I might have to just rebuild that deck because it was a lot of fun to play.
Yeah, yeah. Here's another dinosaur that I was talking about. It's the Mountain Cycler. Has reach and trample. So again, all of these land cyclers very well costed for commons. When it enters, target creature can't block. Reach and trample 5/4 for 5. Raphael's technique. I thought about playing this one time just as a refill my hand card, but you're also giving your opponent the chance to refill their hand. I don't like that this
Mhm.
has sneak either because whatever creature you return to your hand, you're gonna discard. So I didn't like that, but
Yeah, I mean, I do like its stats though.
mm-hmm. Yeah, and
I
like
mean,
if
reach
you're
and
late, if
trample
you're
is going to
late
be nice.
game and you need 7 cards in your hand, like you have trash or you need a dig for something,
Hmm.
it's fine. Here's another dinosaur special or bonus sheet dinosaur. Silverclad Frostons. Did not see this.
This is just random old dino.
Yep.
Oh, that's not
And
even that old. This is from, yeah, as in Rage.
yep. And now
I
we're
forgot Enrage was a keyword. My bad. Yeah,
in
I don't
Rage.
play a lot of dinosaurs to be honest. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Cowabunga, really good. Lets you dig for land or creature.
Hmm.
Guac and marshmallow pizza. So here's another one of those flavorful pizzas.
Hell yeah.
A combat trick gives your creature +2/+2 and untap it. So if you've attacked and then they think they've got a free attack, they're going to ninjutsu something. You just surprise them by untapping your creature and giving it +2/+2.
So here's my thing about untapping. Oh, I guess no, it is good because the sneak cards come in tapped and attacking. So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
okay. No, okay, I do like it then. Yeah, that is
Yeah,
good.
it's just again a combat trick, like a little pump spell that untaps your creature as well. Um,
Yeah.
Party
Again, they've been
dude.
printing a lot of those this year with like biosynthetic bursts and stuff like that. It's a good gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
People don't see it.
Yeah, yeah. Um, and it does have flash, so you can, even though it's an artifact, you can play it instant speed.
Hmm.
Party dude. One of my favorite green enchantments from like the past is Viridian Revel for commander. When an artifact an opponent controls is put into a graveyard, you can draw a card. Party dude is the exact same thing. Um,
Hmm.
you just start by giving them a food. The one game I played this, it was really funny. Gave each of us got a food, and then I went ahead and leveled it up on turn two. I went first, and so like they couldn't even sack their food, or they didn't want to. They didn't sack their food. They didn't
Hmm.
sack their mutagen because they didn't want to give me cards. So it mostly shuts off mutagen tokens because your
Yeah.
opponent's not really going to want to give you a bunch of cards. And the last mode's relevant too. There can be.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. It's a good card.
All right. Green has some of the best two drops as well. This guy, Courier of Combustibles, doesn't look like much. A 1/2 for 2. But let's see what he can do. When he enters, you may search your library for a food card, reveal it, put it in your hand, and shuffle. If you don't, you put a food card in your hand this way, create a food token. So, do you remember?
Yeah, this is Green Artifact Tutor. We
That is
finally got
right.
the
Do you
cat.
remember anchovy and banana pizza?
Yep. This is Green Artifact Tutor Removal
That's
Tutor.
right. Do you remember spicy oatmeal pizza?
Yeah. Yeah. This is great.
Do you remember ice cream kitty?
Oh yeah. Yeah. This
Uh,
is crazy.
there's
This
a
is crazy.
there's another guy we haven't talked about yet. Let's see if I can find him.
This might be the best card from the set.
Pizza Face. We have not talked about Pizza Face yet. Pizza Face is a food mutant.
This is going into Gimbal. This is gonna get me infinite Nuka Cola machines so much faster.
Um, Wait, it's tutoring for foods, so it's not artifacts. It is,
No, I know, but you always need food to
yeah,
trigger Nuka Cola machine if
yeah,
Peregrine took.
a food card. So there, I just named four food. The ice cream kitty. I basically, if I drafted an ice cream kitty, I was looking for one of these because I was like, I'm just gonna go
Hmm.
get ice cream kitty. Pizza face, another great one. The banana anchovy pizza, kill spell. Oatmeal pizza, kill spell. Uh, so
Hmm.
don't pass these by if you're drafting, because you're gonna. Again, it's like, what do I need? Oh, I need a removal spell. Oh, I need pizza face, or oh, I need draw kitty. Um,
Yeah.
and it's 1/2 for 2. And if you don't do that, let's say you have those in your hand, he just makes a food token, which lets you have a permanent to
I
sack
mean, the
or
fact
just
that this
gain
is
3 life.
also this is gonna go get every single food card that they make in the future too. Like this is just
Mm-hmm.
crazy.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
This is amazing. Yeah, I'm 100% gonna play this card.
Yeah. I haven't thought about the possibilities in Commander, like all the different foods, but I know my experience with it. I like wanted 2 of these in my deck. I mean, it's doesn't attack very well, but it's a blocker. It's a body. A lot of times I'd actually even sack it to Ice Cream Kitty um, after it
The
did its
fact that it's a
after it did
green
its job.
tutor, it's a green tutor that gets you something that isn't a land that doesn't go on top of your library.
Yeah, go straight to your hand. Uh,
That's so
the
good.
the
And you
kill
can
spells
blink
like
it.
yeah, the banana anchovy pizza. I mean, it's like, oh, I need to get an answer. Oh, great, I got courier. Play him, go get the pizza, destroy that creature.
Hmm. Hmm.
Was pretty good.
Even the courier into the marshmallow pizza, boom, now I have a combat trick.
Yeah, yeah. Now again, you reveal it so they see it coming, but still, like, if you have
Well,
nothing
but that
else,
still puts extra pressure on my next attack. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like,
yeah, you know it's looming out there. I got to play around that now.
hmm,
Yeah, really good. Don't pass this guy up.
yeah.
Do you remember our good
I don't think this
buddy?
is gonna stay 45 cents, by the way. This might become like a multi-dollar card.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, just
It's just it's
tutors,
it's one of a kind right now.
2-drop tutors. Do you remember Poison Dart Frog?
Hmm.
Can you tell me what Poison Dart Frog does?
Isn't it the exact same thing as this?
No. Poison Dart Frog is a 2-drop frog
Oh, you get death touch. No.
that taps for a mana of any color. It has
Uh-huh.
reach,
Oh, and it gives death touch.
and you for 2 you can add Death Touch.
Yes, it's the other way
Poison
around.
Dart Frog has grown up and has become Frog Butler.
He got a job.
He got a job. He has matured beyond his young years. Now, for 2 mana, he taps for a mana of any color. He has Death Touch, and he can gain Reach. He is superior. Yes, I said it. I'm sorry if this hurts your feelings.
Sorry, Steel City Steph. Here's my
Sorry,
thing though.
sorry, Magic Highness. I know you love PDF. Frog Butler is the grown-up official version of PDF because he has
He even has a mustache.
Death Touch all the time. So he just gums up the ground, and then, oh, you're coming in with a
Yeah.
dragon? Sorry, I'm gonna give him reach and suck it, dragon.
The only thing I don't like about him though, and it's kind of the same argument with PDF, is that like I like to tap my mana dorks,
Yeah, yeah, I get that.
but you can untap this with other things like the marshmallow pizza, and really hurt your opponent. So
Yeah,
yeah.
tap him for mana, surprise block, or just yeah, surprise block. Boom, he has Death
Hmm.
Touch. Killed your Shredder with a Frog Butler.
Yeah, hilarious.
Yep.
The tongue is really good in the artwork too.
Yeah. But yeah, he's good. Plus it color fixes, so if you're playing, if you decide to splash a third color,
Is this the only mana dork?
yeah, think so.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, no, there's one other. There's one other. We'll
Mm,
get to it here in a minute. Michelangelo, weirdness to 11. Again, this is hardened scales stapled onto a creature, and then it also
yeah.
makes a mutagen token as well. So, if
This
you,
will also be played in Gimbal. So a lot of these cards I need to find room for in Gimbal because this does everything Gimbal wants.
mm-hmm. Yeah, just take out hardened scales, play Mikey. I'm just kidding. I'm playing
I
both.
don't have hardened scales, so yeah, but this is
Uh,
better
but yeah,
because he makes
Mikey,
that token.
and I said this earlier, but if you curve out Mikey on turn 2 and then Agent Bishop on turn 3,
Mm-hmm.
Mikey becomes a 3/3, Agent Bishop becomes a 3/4 immediately.
Yeah.
Uh, Mutagen Man, Living Ooze. I never got to play with this. Someone else did. Bomb. You kind of hold it late game. You make a bunch of mutagen tokens, and then mutagen tokens are free to sack.
Mm-hmm.
Actually,
Food can
activated.
become.
Yeah, activated foods are one. If you're playing this in Commander, clues are one.
Ooh, spell bombs are 0.
Yep, yep. Yeah, he's just that good, and he's a 2/3 trampler for
Mm-hmm.
2, if nothing else.
Yeah,
Saved
good in
by the
read deck too.
Shell. Saved by the Shell. This was also featured in the video with Newmont. He played 2 of these in his draft or sealed deck. I think it was sealed. Cost 1 less if you have a turtle, so you most likely will have a turtle. And for 1 green, you put a +1/+1 counter on a creature. It gains trample, hexproof, and indestructible to end of turn.
Yeah, crazy. They've been making these spells crazy.
And it's got the best quote because it's from the movie. Only it doesn't say
Mm-hmm.
God, I love being a turtle. It just says I love being a turtle.
Mm-hmm.
Great, great thing. Tenderize. I don't know if you've noticed, but there's a lot of death touch creatures
Mm-hmm.
floating around, especially in Golgari colors. We
Mm-hmm.
just talked about Frog Butler having death touch all the time. Squirrelinoids has death touch. Um, one of these shredders has death touch. Madam Null has death touch. Trying to think. Southwind Avatar has death touch. So Tenderize is a punch, and you just either you have a creature take out something, or you have one of your death touch creatures just, and it's instant speed.
Yeah, I love these spells. These are always auto includes for me. I love them over fight spells. They're just so much better.
Yep, yep, and that's what I was saying. Every color seems to have a good amount of removal. Again,
Mm-hmm.
blue is a little restricted in like it's tempo-y, um, or enchantment based. But yeah, it's great, great removal. Just a 2-drop that when it leaves makes a mutagen token. So if you sneak it out, you have a mutagen. Mikey Game Master, he's okay. This is the common Mikey. 3/3 for 3 that gets a +1/+1 counter at the end step if a permanent left the battlefield. Here's the other mana dork, Mona Lisa Science Geek.
Mm-hmm.
Add X mana of any one color where X is Mona Lisa's power.
Mm-hmm.
So if you
Good
start,
with the counters.
yeah, good with mutagen counters, good with like agent, bishop, um, good with equipment that pumps her counters or pumps her power. But yeah, those are your 2 mana dorks. Um, okay, this is not as good as Make Your Move. We talked about that in white. Make Your Move destroyed an artifact, enchantment, or creature with power 4 or greater. But Mutant Chain Reaction is still a good enough card to play in your limited deck because artifacts, enchantments are rampant, and you can just kill a creature with flying as well. There's not as many creatures with flying, but sometimes it does matter. So I do like running at least one of these if you have it.
Mm-hmm.
Here's Mikey's weapon, Novel Nunchaku. It is a fight when it enters. Fight on sight. So when it enters, you auto equip it to a creature, and when you do, the equipped creature fights up to one target creature an opponent controls. It gives your
Mm-hmm.
creature +1/+1 and trample.
I think the trample's weird here. I think it's just because it's a green card.
Mm-hmm.
I do wish it didn't give the trample and instead it gave like +3/+3 or something like that.
Oh yeah, like a bigger buff.
Yeah, I think a bigger buff would make this better for its initial use, but I
Mm-hmm.
do see the trample being more valuable late games since you can give anything trample. Um, but just for that initial fight, there's not like we've seen, even Raphael is a 1/3, you know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? So like that initial fight use of this could be limiting
It is.
just because of its buff.
Yeah, I found there's sometimes where like there are 1/3 or 2/4 creatures, and man, I don't have enough power to take them out.
Right.
Um,
Because your creatures are also going to have those weird stats too,
yeah, yeah, but there were some times where it's just good to have another removal spell, and I treat it as a
Yeah.
removal spell. It gives my creature +1/+1, and we fight. And then
Hmm.
now it just has +1/+1 and trample for the remainder of the game.
Yeah,
Um,
try to play this with a lot of those like 4/1, 3/1,
mm-hmm,
those type of spells, those type of creatures.
yeah. But yeah, I view it as a removal spell first, and then you get a bonus later.
I agree.
Um,
And the equip is not too bad for 3.
yeah. Sorry, there's a third mana dork. I forgot about Transdimensional Bovine.
Oh yeah, this is
Zero
true.
4 flying, add 2 mana of any color. So three mana dorks in green that you could play other
This is
colors.
filter though.
Huh?
Yeah, I think you play this as filter. First off, you're not going to feel good if you get this as your rare. I'll
Mm-hmm.
be honest. Even 2 mana of any one color
Yeah.
is still not enough to be like hell yeah, this was my rare. But if you have to play that, like if you get this and you need
Yeah.
to fill out your curve, this is filter. This is just another like I'm probably not going to be blocked.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah.
could put equipment on this, which this is like, Birds of Paradise with a bigger ass, and I've done
Yeah.
that many times.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, this is a good target for counters because it already has flying in it. But this is one of those rares where you're going to be kind of sad if you pull it, I think.
Yeah. It's definitely. I would say yeah, that's definitely correct. And you can use it for the sneak if they don't, you know. But the problem is it has no power, so there's no
Hmm.
reason why they don't block it if they have a flyer. Like they have a 1/1 flyer, they're gonna block it.
Yeah, you're 100% just
So
either going to have to whittle away their flyers
yeah, I wish it was like a
by putting one counter on
like a
this.
one
I mean,
three or something,
yeah, I mean, you
where
get one counter on this and it's a 1/5 flyer, you're going to feel pretty good. But
yeah,
yeah, it sucks that sneak they have to be unblocked, unlike web slinging
mm-hmm,
where it just happens. But the
to be
fact that they have to be
tapped.
unblocked, it does.
Yeah. So yeah, you can
Yeah,
just
it just
use this
happens
with
because they're
web
tapped.
slinging, Texas. Just go back and play your Spider-Man cards with this. You tap it for mana, and then
Yeah,
you web
agree on my.
sling.
I mean, there's a lot of these where I was thinking like this would be a great web sling target for sure, but a sneak target it's a little harder to make it work because, again, you're right. As long as they have the blocker, they're going to use it.
Yeah.
Uh,
Turtle power.
which is, it's weird. This is the set where you would expect some more unblockable creatures or an equipment that gives somebody unblockable or something, and it
Yeah.
seems like
Nope.
yeah.
Trying to think. Yeah.
Because in
No.
blue they put the stupid penguins in blue in Avatar
Yeah.
that are unblockable. So like,
There is
why did
actually
they do that?
there is one thing. We'll get to it probably
Oh,
near the
okay.
end. But there's one thing I can think of that gave unblockable.
Yeah, that's
Turtle
kind of crazy.
power. Love the flavor of this card. However, I found that a lot of times I didn't have like a super abundance of turtles. Like you'll build a deck and you'll
Mhm.
look and you'll have like 12 ninjas. You're like, oh
Yeah.
great, I got 12 ninjas. You will have like four turtles.
Hmm.
Um, so I mean, can you play it? Sure. It's not. It's a low investment, and maybe you get 6 or 8 turtles. But I when I drafted, I like looked at my list and I'm like, I don't have that many turtles. I'm not gonna play this.
Yeah. Ultimately, this is. I think it's weird as hell that it has flash.
Mm-hmm.
A very interesting gotcha card. I guess you attack and your opponent thinks oh, I got no problem.
Or
Then you blow them
trades or
out.
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, for the trades, it's kind of like a board wipe like that.
Yeah. I guess if you run it like a pump spell, then it's
Hmm.
not. It's just a. It's not a good rare. Another one of those that I think you're not gonna be.
Yeah, I mean, you can try to build around this in a draft, but the fact that a majority of the turtle cards are legendary, if not
Mm-hmm.
all of them,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
going to be hard.
Absolutely.
Definitely could be fun in a commander deck that's turtle based, though.
Yeah. Next up is another card. Again, I wish this card was a turtle like Mikey. Uh,
Exactly.
Leatherhead Swamp Stalker. Great card. Hexproof is so important. And what's weird is, what's annoying, I guess, on Arena is every time you deal combat damage to a player, it gives you the prompt, do you want to remove a counter? You're never
Right.
removing the hexproof counter off this thing.
No.
Like, I mean, unless there was a Krang on the battlefield. But if they have a Krang, they're blocking with it.
Yeah.
So anyway,
I
there's
love these stats.
yeah,
5/4 for 4 with trample. Like,
yeah,
you could take off everything else on this card, and I'm already playing this.
yeah. But yeah, it's the only hexproof creature I think in the set, and it's super
Hmm.
strong. Like because they would have like that spicy oatmeal pizza or the anchovy pizza,
Hmm.
and they just can't deal with this because it has hexproof. Love this card.
Yeah.
Michelangelo Improviser, the Mythic Mikey. I didn't see this card at all, but I would like to have. Seems cool, but it does have to deal combat damage to a player to get the land or creature card onto the battlefield.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's a lot of work. So here's my thing. I try to play a lot of these cards in like big green decks
Mm-hmm.
or like decks like that where I'm like, oh, I'm gonna be putting two creatures. Like there's that other one, Quicksilver Amulet. Like there's
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of effects like this where you're supposed to be putting multiple creatures down because of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kona, Beastie, whatever. And I always run into the issue where like by turn 6 or 7, I run out of creatures.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's the only thing about this effect where I'm like, and then same thing with lands. It's like you're top decking, you're gonna play that creature anyway, So like, it's a nice effect if you can really make it work. Like I have won a game with Kona Beastie Befriender,
Hmm.
or because somebody Armageddon, and it was my only way to keep playing.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
but
this
such a
you're probably
niche
only
moment,
yeah, and you're probably only getting this one time. Like if you sneak it in.
right?
Now I guess you could give it trample, like with Mikey's Nunchaku or whatever, the novel Nunchaku,
Mhm.
but you're probably not getting a lot of free stuff with it. But
Like it always sounds. This effect always sounds good. They did
hmm
it in Edge of Eternities too. There's a spaceship that does this
yeah,
also.
yeah,
It always sounds like hell yeah. I'm gonna be playing free creatures. I'm gonna play my Galtas for free,
yeah,
my Darksteel Colossuses for free, whatever.
yeah,
But most of the time it just doesn't work out.
yeah, yeah,
So I feel like most of the time you're gonna be putting lands down with this.
yeah,
So you could play it in a landfall deck, but
yeah.
yeah.
What sucks is again this fine creature, not bad, like it has a good ability, but Michelangelo Mutant BFF 4 mana for a 4/4 for 4. Each creature you control with a counter on it can't be blocked by more than one creature when it enters or attacks. Make a mutagen token. This is way more useful.
Hmm.
Um, One, I mean, you see it more often, but a mutagen token, you put a counter on something, it can't be blocked by more than one creature. We just talked about
Yeah.
Leatherhead has a hexproof counter on it. And then you just every time this attacks, you just keep making mutagen tokens.
So
Reminds me of what was it? Not Boomy, but what was the gorilla in Avatar? Flopsy.
Flopsy, yeah.
Yeah, reminds me of Flopsy.
Yeah, I think this is fantastic card. Um, Especially that can't be blocked by more than one creature. That gets really relevant really fast, especially when you have big ass creatures, and their the whole way of dealing with big creatures is to pile on blockers. But something I've been noticing in general, which I think is a nice corrective move they've done for this set. A lot of these uncommons are better than the mythics and the rares,
Yeah, and again,
which is good.
small set. You're gonna see a lot of them. You're gonna see them over and over.
True, but then the drawback to that is because they're legendary, you're not going to get to play all of them.
That's
So,
right.
kind of an interesting push and pull here that's happening. I'm noticing like I want to play three of these, but I'm not going to.
Yeah, yeah. Two would be the max, and even that, it's gonna suck when you have one stuck in your hand.
Yeah.
Um,
Now you could no, because most of them don't even benefit because this one doesn't even have sneak. Like
mhm.
you could do some shenanigans where one attacks and you sneak in the other,
Yeah.
and then you don't have to worry about the legendary rule. But in
How
general,
Yeah. However, I would like to curve out from Mikey Weirdness to 11, Michelangelo Game Changer into Mikey Mutant BFF because they all care about +1/+1
mhm,
counters and
mhm.
um, things leaving the battlefield. So you'll be doing that.
Yeah, I would say the Mikey cards are the most cohesive, other than the improviser. But even
Yeah.
then, you could say
Well,
it
and then
is.
again, too, all the Mikeys, they're like 4/4s, 4/4,
Yeah.
3/3
Hmm.
for 3. This one's basically a 2/2. Or this one's basically a 3/3 if you put the mutagen token on it. So
Hmm.
yeah, he's the real deal, man. Mikey's the number one turtle. We all know that. Uh,
Yeah.
New generation
He's definitely the
technique.
Pikachu of the turtle.
Yeah, new generation technique. It's a ramp spell. It gets 2 basic lands. You can also sneak for 3, which surprises people sometimes. You return one of those 1-drop flyers, and you're like, well, now I'm gonna have 2 more lands on the battlefield. So I went from three
Yeah,
mana. I went from 3 mana to 6 on my next turn.
this
Um,
is cute, but I will say, do you even need to mana ramp much in this set? Everything feels pretty low to the ground.
Green has quite a bit. And
But like, do you even need it? Is what I'm saying. Because some
well,
of the best cards we've looked at, I don't think they've been more than like 5 mana.
most of the time you're going to play 2 colors. I did play Jund once when I was playing I was trying to get to Krang. Krang's 9 mana, and I played
Mm,
this, and I played the Trans-Dimensional Bovine because I was trying to get to 9, and it's
yeah.
cool, and it also color fixes.
There's a big green payoff.
Yeah. Well, there's also some creatures like we looked at earlier with the Koya that randomly needs a black, and maybe you're playing a Selesnya
Right.
deck and you want to go get that black, that swamp. Um,
Well, fixing is one thing, but I'm talking about ramping. Because like ramping for 2 mana is again something you're doing like trying to get to 9. But like,
I
you
feel
know what I mean?
like
But if you're
I feel like people underestimate getting 2 lands on the battlefield in limited early. Because I've done it in other things where I've got 2 or 3 lands ramped, and it's like I don't know, it's almost
Mhm.
like a totally different game because you have more options. Um,
Right.
this is a 4/4 reach trample gains you 2 life. This is what I was talking about earlier. I reanimated this like 3 times, and it was just decent. Um,
Yeah, not a
Mikey's
lot of reach cards, so you're just gonna play this.
yeah, doubling season. I didn't see that at all, but it'd be cool to pull. Michelangelo's technique. It's kind of very oh collected company esque or Rishkar's
Mhm.
expertise esque, where you're digging through your deck and you put 2 creatures with total mana value 6 or less, so you can do like a 6 drop or 5 and 1, 4 and 2, 3 and 3,
Yeah,
etc.
I'm gonna play this.
Yeah, I think it's good. Good
I
enough
think
to
this is
play.
played.
It is sorcery speed, um,
Mhm.
so it's only going to be on your turn.
But you can
This,
ignore that with sneak.
yeah, but that's still on your turn in combat.
I think this card's really good if you have a lot of really powerful ETBs.
Yeah, um,
Um, but the 6 less is a little limiting.
yeah, it is, but I think you'll find some stuff. Ragamuffin
Hmm.
Raptor. So we just had in Lorwyn, we had the little Kithkin that you had to have 3 creatures and you get a permanent back.
Hmm.
Um, this is a 4/3 for 5, so it's a dinosaur. It could fly if you have that other guy. But
Yeah.
it just gets a creature or food card. So it gets, if you've used the pizza as a kill spell, then sacked it for food, you get it back. Or a creature
Yeah.
straight to your hand. So it's just like a grave crawler or grave digger for 5 mana. That's a 4/3.
It's a little expensive, but I do like you can reuse removal.
I would like play 2 of these all day long.
Yeah. I
Um,
mean, recursion, especially in limited, is incredibly
oh
valuable.
yeah, and it's like it's a relevant body. It's 4 power.
I agree with that. Yeah, you can close games with that.
Here's a creature you gotta have blue if you're gonna get its special ability, but it's kind of like vigor. When it's dealt damage, put that many counters on her. So you can't kill her with combat damage. Um, can't kill her with burn spells. If she survives. Now she has to survive the combat. So you could kill her in combat, but like if she blocks or you pump her and they don't kill her in the combat damage, then she'll trigger and she'll put those counters, get those counters after it. And then,
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. She's already a 5/5 for 5
mm-hmm. And then the other
because it's gonna
ability,
probably get blocked by like a 3 drop
yeah,
or a 3/3.
the other ability is relevant, but you got to remember to have blue mana or a way to make blue mana in your deck.
Yeah, the other part of the card is very win more. Like
Mm-hmm.
by the time you're playing 5/5s, drawing off that damage is just kind of like icing on the cake.
Yeah,
I'm really more interested in the fact that this is going to get bigger, almost guaranteed.
yeah, but again, it has to survive combat, so that's kind of.
Yeah.
Here's one of the big stompies. 6 mana for a 8/8 when you tap a land for mana. Add an extra green.
Mm.
This will probably go in Goreclaw.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this
Um,
is going to be played in a lot of decks, especially in green.
yeah.
I don't know if you want to like. Well, I mean, this is kind of similar to the ally mana dork in Avatar, but it's just so lopsided in terms of cost.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you ramp like crazy and play this on turn 4 or something,
Yeah.
then I mean, yeah, you're gonna feel really fucking good, and you're gonna get a lot of value off of that ability for tapping land
Yeah.
for green. If you play this on turn 6, maybe not so much.
Yeah.
I mean, this would be playable if it was just 8/8 with trample for 6.
Yeah. Yeah.
You didn't really need that
It's
second
fair. It's
ability.
fair enough. Just as a big stompy creature for 6 mana, get 8/8. Very
Yeah.
few things are going to be able to deal with that. Actually, in the game with Nummy, he played this, and I had held make your move, um, and was like, oh,
Mm,
perfect. He played it, and then before his end step, I killed it.
mm-hmm.
It's great. Again, you'll see this quite a bit. And then Rocksteady, we talked about earlier with Bebop. It's a 7/7 that has to be blocked can only be blocked by one creature. Um,
That's nice.
and then if you have Bebop, then it has Menace and can't be blocked at all. Another
The
seven,
random board you control is really funny.
yeah, another 7/7 for 7. This card is a uncommon bomb. 7/7 trample for 7. When this creature enters or attacks, you may sacrifice a token or a land. If you do, you gain 3 life. Disappear at the beginning of your end step. If a permanent left the battlefield under your control this turn, draw a card.
Wow.
The turn you play it, you're most likely sacking a land unless you just have a random token laying around. Because
Uh-huh.
really, you already had 7 mana, right?
Right.
And so you get a
Yeah, you
seven
already had the
seven.
mana to play it.
Yeah, you get a 7/7 with trample. You gain 3 life and you drew a card. So you're
Yeah.
asking about ramping. You're ramping to Westwind, Rocksteady, Ground Chuck, and Dirtbag.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, this is definitely a great one to ramp to.
And it's uncommon. So
Mm-hmm. And non-legendaries, you can work towards like three of these, no problem,
yeah, this is
and
another
then
one
really
that,
just end the game.
yeah, you may not think about it, but imagine if you had the cloning of Shredder and you
Oh
get to
yeah.
have this 3 turns in a row.
Mm,
Because it also triggers when it attacks. So, like, you just keep sacking tokens or lands and
damn,
gaining 3 life and
you
drawing
can easily
cards.
draw like 6 or 7 cards off this
Yeah.
thing.
I think you win the game if you can cloning of Shredder this.
Oh, absolutely. It's really hard to deal with 3/7/7s that have trample.
Yeah, yeah.
Honestly, you cloning a shredder this once, they just concede.
Cloning a Shredder is really good. I'm telling you. Like, if you see that card and you're in black, it's kind of like Ninja Teen and Shredder. Play it. Super Shredder. Dark Leo and Shredder, I saw this lots. It gives your ninjas Death Touch, including itself. The only problem is they will they will trade with this, so you're not going to get the last ability if you keep attacking. But you were talking a minute ago about unblockable. So how do you keep doing this? Well, in our lands, we have Escape Tunnel.
Mhm.
Escape Tunnel gives a creature power 2 or less, can't be blocked this turn. But what's even better than that is, let's see if I can pull it up without getting it off the screen here. Turtle Lair. Turtle Lair, uncommon. This card puts in a lot of work. The last ability, it's basically a rogue's passage for turtles or ninjas.
Oh, yeah. Well, I play Rogue's Pashes all the time.
Yeah. I won several games by just saying, oh, I've got a Rokusaki, a 3/1. He's a ninja. You can't block him. Hit you for 3, draw a card. Or April. Remember the April that surprisingly is a ninja?
Mm-hmm.
She already had evasion, but hey, now she's, even at a 2/2 or 3/3, can't block her. Um,
Mm-hmm.
or, Mikey, Leo and Dark Shredder. So Turtle Lair is the best way that I've found to have unblockable. And it color fixes for ninjas or turtles.
Nice.
Yep, yep. So anyway, um, I did hit someone with Dark Leo and Shredder and had their life total cut in half a couple of times, so that was
I
good.
can't wait until I'm hitting them with an unblockable turtle.
Yeah, well, what's
It's
cool
like
is
from a random other
again, it gives
type of
attacking
turtle.
ninjas death touch. So it's like all your little 1/1 token ninjas are now have death touch, and
Mm-hmm.
they can't profitably block unless they kill
I'm
Dark Leo.
definitely gonna get a bundle for this foil full art lands. These are beautiful.
Yeah. Again, we'll kind of roll through these multicolor. We've been doing this for 3 hours now, so we're winding down. Genghis Frog makes mutagen tokens with another frog or mutant enters. Go Ninja Go, really cool Boros spell, but it is sorcery speed. Blinks something and deals damage to the greatest power, so it's a kill spell. But just remember sorcery speed. Ice Cream Kitty, my favorite uncommon
Super
food.
strong, yeah.
This is makes 2 bodies, makes 2/1/1s. Does not have flash though, like other ones that done that. Mikey and Leo, when you put a counter on something, draw a card. Triggers once each
I'm,
turn.
I'm playing the hell out of that. That's
Yep,
really good. Yeah.
yep. Mouser Mark, just a good blocker. It can attack if you have another unless you have another artifact. Taka and Razor, terrible twos. I didn't play this, but it's not bad.
You
Uh,
can't cast a spell the minute.
feels it
Yeah,
if someone uses the sneak ability, most of the time they're going to take damage.
yeah,
So if you're not playing sneak and your opponents are playing sneak, then it's going to deal 3 damage every time they sneak something in.
yeah. It's an interesting Dax piece.
Yep. Bebop and Rocksteady I thought would be really good, but it kind of sucks. They don't have
Really?
They don't have trample. They don't have evasion. You sack a permanent if you attack or block with it, unless you discard a card.
Yeah, yeah. Again, you're gonna get to the point where you're just top decking, and you're not gonna
Yeah.
really want to be using that, giving away those resources.
Yeah.
The fact that it's on block is pretty rough.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
This
I
might see standard though. There could be a standard deck that abuses the hell out of this.
maybe I tried it, and then every game I got it, I was like, oh, this is so painful.
Yeah.
Um, did not see this at all, but it's for the artifact decks. This builds up more than you know. You just play lots
Hmm.
of creatures. Next thing you know, it's a 5/5/4 6/5. This one, I thought would be better than it was. We've had the cards that at the beginning of combat give +1/+0 and first strike.
Hmm.
I This one is not that. You have to actually attack with this, and usually you don't get a lot of attacks with this,
Yeah,
and
makes
so it's not as good as that. Uh, Karai, future of the foot. She's okay, but honestly, um, it was not played that often. You have to sneak her to get something back to the battlefield, and then again, she's only a 3/3, so she's not going to connect a lot.
yeah.
She may not be that good, but her technique is awesome. It's an uncommon that gives +3/+3 to something and -3/-3 to something else.
Yeah, this is great.
So for 3
The fact that you
mana,
can do both is powerful.
yeah, you pump your thing and you kill one of their things.
Again, great with menace.
Mm-hmm.
Because then you get that unblockable in there,
Well, just on
and
turn
then
3, like you play a 2-drop, your opponent plays a 2-drop, and then you're just like, kill yours, give mine +3/+3.
yeah, or you can use menace, sneak this in, get some extra damage, and still kill something, so you don't get cracked back
Yep.
or get snuck back on.
Yep. It's really good. Um, nope. Nobody's just meh. This card
Yeah,
sucks. I mean, sucks as in it's busted, it's broken, it's bomb. When they attack,
yeah,
if it's
Alpha
first
Leo.
combat, yeah. This is another one that pairs surprisingly with Agent Bishop because next thing you know, you have a 3/5 Raph and Leo, and
Oh,
then it triggers on both combats.
also, this can replace my Seize the Day in Tifa, and I can have another non-creature spell
Mm-hmm.
because this
Um,
this basically does the same thing.
but yeah, somebody did this to me with Agent Bishop on board, and so it went to a 3/5, then it went to a 4/6.
Pretty good.
And Agent Bishop went to a 2/3, then a 3/4. And then also someone did it with the little white creature that gives flying, wherever it was, high flying ace.
Hmm.
They gave it flying and had 2 combats in the air
I
that I
like that.
couldn't fight with, couldn't contend with. Rhythm of the Wild special bonus sheet card, cool art.
100%. I'm gonna buy this version.
Yeah, super cool art.
Hmm.
Um, just a good filler card. Splinter. Um, I think I had this one time and I didn't play it. Tainted Treats, uncommon removal at instant speed. Destroy artifact or creature. If its mana value is 4 or less, create a food token. So if it's not 4 or less, you still do it. So, what
Yeah,
is it? Putrefy? Is that what it is?
I was gonna say this is very similar to Putrefy.
Yeah, so it's Putrefy with a upside.
This is really interesting because I don't know if they did this on purpose, but this whole like food causing harm
Mm-hmm.
is actually very 80s coded because if I remember correctly, the 80s was when they started putting the food seals because
Mm-hmm.
of like the Tylenol killer and all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like I feel like dying from tainted food like this is just like not a thing anymore.
Tainted treats. Your shredder's dead. What? Shredder died from tainted treats. Lessons from life.
Love this card.
Yeah, it's a great card. I didn't get to play it. But draw 3, put a land into play.
I just want to read out the flavor text because honestly, I've been going through a lot lately, and this actually kind of got to me.
Sure, sure.
Everyone's got their own strengths, Lita. You never know what cards they might play. Instead, focus on what you know and never doubt your choices.
Heck yeah. Who said that? The
That
best
was
Ninja
from
Turtle of all
your boy
time.
Mikey.
The
Your
best
boy
Ninja
Mikey.
Turtle of all time. No, that's definitely a great life lesson. Life circumstances change, situation changes. You can't control most of it. You can't control what happens. You can't control how people are. And all you can do is just focus on you and
Yourself.
what you know. Don't doubt your choices. And if you make
Yeah,
mistakes, I've made lots of mistakes. That's not the end of the world. You learn, you move on, you do better next time. Lessons
very
from
true.
Life by MJ in Texas. Thanks for pausing to read that. That was great. Mike and Donnie, I love this card. I didn't get to see it. I think it'd be really, really fun to play. Play lands and cast mutant, ninja, or turtle spells from the top of your library, and then have it enter an additional +1/+1 counter. I
Oh yeah,
hope, I hope I see this. I'll probably play it, even though
so this is almost like the opposite of what I was complaining about with the Mikey that plays stuff from your hand. This kind of stuff I absolutely love
mhm.
because this is if you build your deck right, this is basically drawing another card.
It's so much card advantage. Like you look
Mm-hmm.
at top, oh, it's a land. I'm gonna play that land.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's a mutant, ninja, or turtle, which this set is filled with. I'm gonna play that
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because
then you bring this into Commander, and it's like
yeah.
if you're not playing the top card of your deck's not built right.
Well, it's like even
So,
even if you have a more optimal card in your hand, if the card on top is not a complete dud, you're getting that card out of the way so that
mm-hmm.
next turn you can maybe see another land or another card. Like
Mm-hmm.
most of the time, if it's close, you're just gonna be like, I'll play this instead of this, and I'll hold this in my hand for later.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, no, this is a good one.
yeah, mutant, ninja, or turtle or land, and then it gets a counter. So it's like, oh, well, this card is better, but now this card's gonna be a 3/4.
Yeah.
These guys are okay. Another Death Toucher. We didn't have enough of them. If something left, it gets 2+1/+1. Enters as a 5/5. Neutrinos. This card is fun. Again, I don't know what this character is. I don't know what TMNT universe they came from. Um, it has Alliance. It gets +1/+0, but that's not the real thing. The real thing is when it attacks, you blink something, and the thing that you blink comes in tapped and attacking.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so I got to pair this with where are they? I got to pair this with a blue creature, Utrom Scientist. So when this creature entered, it taps something and puts a stun counter on it. And the neutrinos got to blink that and basically, so I played it, I tapped and stunned something, I blinked it, I tapped and stunned something. It was so cool. I think this card's good. Baxter Stockman, he is a uncommon. Animates or you create a robot, and then he gives it something +3/+0, first strike, and vigilance. He does not give haste, so
So I want to say two things about this card.
uh
One, I think it's hilarious that they went with the Tyler Perry version of Baxter.
huh.
Because now Tyler Perry is in Magic the Gathering.
There's a Tyler Perry version of Baxter.
Yeah, from the Michael Bay movies.
Gotcha.
Uh, Secondly, this would have been a perfect opportunity to be a flip card
Oh yeah,
because he turns into the Bug Man.
yeah, yeah. He is in blue. Um, yeah, it is kind of weird. This is the pre-flip.
Yeah, yeah. I'm assuming he's in the commander set as his bug self,
I don't know.
but because I'm not seeing him anywhere else.
Yeah, I don't know.
Other than that, decent card.
Yeah,
Against robots.
yeah. Just the it does not give the token haste, so like you have to have another artifact creature. But first
Yeah.
strike vigilance, it's really strong, and this is uncommon, so you could play this as your popper commander
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
if you're into that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Don Leo problem solvers, another blink effect, teleportation circle, basically. Um, on a 4/6, I think it's good.
Mm-hmm.
Then there is a dragon in the set.
Yep. Because TMNT is literally it's all over the place. I love it.
Yeah, decent card. Again, it lets you get something from outside the game, so you may not have something great in your sideboard, but you never know.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe have an extra legend that you didn't play, or just something that's useful.
Well, anyone who's still playing like straight up learn and lessons, I mean, this is boom. Like
Yeah,
this can slot right into that deck because then you can. It's another way to get all of your lessons that you have outside of the game.
might be good in standard. If there's an is it deck that just wants one of these, just as toolbox.
If they bring back learn as like the actual learn mechanic,
Mm-hmm.
then this will 100% see play in standard.
Yeah. We talked about Pizza Face a little bit earlier, uh, but he's another one like just incremental value when something leaves. You put 3+1/+1 counters on up to one other target artifact or creature on your end step.
Mm-hmm.
If it isn't a creature, like it's a token, like a food or mutagen token, it becomes a 0/0 with those 3 counters. And then you can pay 10, sack it, gain 15 life. I never made it to 10 mana, but he also makes a food token when he enters. So,
I said they should have just gone all out and said you gain 20 life. The 15 is actually kind of weird.
it is a weird number.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's in relation to with his character, why it's 15.
Yeah, it might be. I don't know this character very well either. I gotta do some research. But if it's not related to the character, then I would have just said, or your starting life total become, or your life total becomes your starting life total, or something like that.
Yeah. I think I remember it as a toy, but I don't
I
remember
vaguely
anything about
do
it.
as well.
Yeah, I don't remember anything about why or what. Punk Frogs,
My
I
favorite,
never
my
played.
two favorite toys that ever came out were the turtles. Well, the three. Okay, three. The transforming turtles, where you could transform them from a little baby turtle to like their Ninja Turtle self.
Mm-hmm.
The ones where you would like basically make them like bend over, and then they would do like a backflip,
Mm-hmm.
like they'd spring back and do a backflip, and then the ones where they would launch pizzas out of their fucking chest.
Uh, Brilliance Unleashed, great. Is it card deals? You can choose both, which you probably will. Deals 5 damage to target creature, and then choose artifact card in your graveyard. Return it to the battlefield if it's an artifact card. Otherwise, return it to the battlefield and make it a 3/3 robot artifact creature with flying. What is up,
Interesting. I think
Sammy?
dealing.
We got
What up,
Sammy in the
Sammy?
chat.
Oh my goodness. I think again, 5 damage to target creature for 6 is a little, especially not at instant speed, is a little overcosted.
Yeah.
But the other effect is very nice.
This card wrecked me. And Sammy, I want to clarify something. When I said I didn't follow you, it wasn't me who didn't follow you. It was Giant Cactuar Fan. I am Giant Cactuar
you
Fan.
you could you can't fuck up with Sammy, bro. She's gonna leave. She's
I
gonna
am
fucking
Giant
leave you
Cactuar
regretting
Fan.
it
I
forever.
followed you as my new as my alter ego, and I
You
couldn't
soft
comment on
puppet.
your stream for 30 freaking minutes. I couldn't say anything. I couldn't like stir up shit because you had blocks on that, so it's your fault. Um, but no, love you, Sammy. Brilliance Unleashed. Someone played. They had 2 of these, which they're uncommon, so maybe we'll get 2 of them. And they played the red artifact. Where is it? They did something, and they like did it multiple times, and it pissed me off so much. Um,
For which card?
there's a red artifact that I think it makes. Uh, I think they were able to sack it, and I played it. I want to say it was 2 mana. Yeah, Mouser Foundry. So Mouser Foundry, not a great card. When it enters or leaves, you make a 1/1 robot artifact creature token, but for 5, you can deal 3 damage to a target creature. So they made a Mouser, they sacked it to kill a creature, made a Mouser, and then they played Brilliance Unleashed, deal 5 damage to a creature, got Mouser attack or Mouser Foundry back, sacked it again, dealt 3 damage to a creature, then played another Brilliance Unleashed, dealt 5 damage to a creature. They just like wrecked me over and over. Uh, yeah, we're going on 3.5 hours, Sammy, but we're trying to wrap it up. But yeah, it just they just kept looping them. They're just like, oh, this, and then deal 3 damage to that, and then bring it back, make another
That's
Mouser.
crazy.
Yeah, it was like, I don't know. They just flooded the board. They did 5 damage to 2 creatures, 3 damage to 2 creatures, and then they had like 2 Mousers every time that Mouser attack came in. Um,
Wow.
yeah, it was pretty good. Foot ninjas. This is actually one of the better sneak ninjas. For 4, you can sneak in a 5/5 that gains you 3 life.
Yeah, just clean and efficient.
Krang and Shredder. So there is no other mill strategy other than the 1 card, and then Krang and Shredder is actually a mill strategy. When
Mm-hmm.
it enters or attacks, each opponent exiles cards from the top of their library until they exile a non-land card. So all of the lands are also milled or exiled. Um, so like you could mill like 3 or 4 lands and then hit a non-land card, and all of those are
Mm-hmm.
milled. And then at your end step, if a permanent left the battlefield, you actually play one of those cards for free.
Also, now there are Utrons or Utroms,
Yeah, no L, just Utrom.
Utroms, and all changelings are now Utroms. So go out there and make your Utrom typo deck.
That's right. This can be your commander. It's actually pretty. This is a fun card to play, though. Again, you don't have to play Demir. You can just play if you're in blue, if you're in black, you play it, and it's a good card.
And for those who don't know, Utrom is Kang's alien race, or Krang's alien race.
Krangs.
Yeah,
The Last Ronin. I saw this card a ton. If your
I
opponent is in
remember.
Golgari, you better go ahead and prepare yourself for a board wipe.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's mythic. The set's small. If they're playing Golgari, there's a good probability that they have the cloning of Shredder and the Last Ronin. And I
Oof,
had it
bruh.
in my decks multiple times. And sometimes you have 2 of them.
So, do you think black's the strongest color?
I do. Yeah. It's got the best removal.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a lot of death touch creatures. It's got a lot of sneak ninjas, things that leave the battlefield. But yeah, the Last Ronin. The second and third modes are decent. You do need to like put a creature on the battlefield, and then the next turn, if you attack with it, it gets +1/+1 against trample, lifelink, and indestructible to end of turn.
Yeah,
But just the board
strong.
wipe. You just if you know you're gonna board wipe, you just sandbag a little bit, let them
Mm-hmm.
overcommit, and you're just like, all right, board wipe.
Especially with all that sneak.
Yeah. The only thing that will save you is the green shell, saved by the shell. The only thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, in fact, that probably makes the save by the shell more valuable because, again, I saw The Last Ronin so many times.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna pull one watch.
Yeah. And then probably the best creature out there, maybe not, but it's the most fun, is Raph and Mikey Troublemakers. Again, this was featured in the clip with Newmont. Newmont played this, and he had a Save by the Shell in his hand. He actually waited a turn because he's a great player, and he said, "I'm gonna wait till I get a land and protect it." And
You know what deck this is going into.
I
This
know
is a slam dunk in Tifa.
Tifa. Yep.
That's crazy. This is gonna wreck in Tifa. Good thing I'm gonna sunset Tifa soon. So
Yeah.
yeah.
So I'm gonna spoil so I'm gonna post a video tomorrow of me and Carlo. I played standard for just like a few games with one of Carlo's builds. It was Carlo's build. It was again playing the Final Fantasy card, playing the Smuggler's Share card. It played Raph and Mikey. It played Krang. It played the Shark. Hey now, you can still
Pretty
play with
crazy.
this. Yeah, so it's playing all of these TMNT cards, and Carlo was playing like a mono blue deck, and I want to say it's maybe one of these new cards, or whatever it was. He was playing a blue card that could sack itself for one blue and counter an instant or sorcery, unless they paid like
Oh,
three or something.
the little blue guy from
Yeah,
Aether Drift, or
yeah, it's either Aether
from
Drift or EOE.
yeah, I think he's Aether Drift. Yeah, the little blue robot.
Yeah. So I was like sitting here like, oh, well, crap. Now you're going to counter my Smuggler Surprise or my, whatever that card was from Final Fantasy that you said a minute ago.
Mm-hmm.
And Carlo even clocked that I was playing his deck because he saw some of the ramp cards. He's like, is he playing my deck? He's like, wait, is MJ playing my deck? And I was playing his deck list. However, I'd slightly modified it. I added like Llanowar Elves, but then he's like, well,
Nice.
maybe he is, but he changed it up a little bit. So anyway, he has a counter on board. I can't play those cards, but I had Raph and Mikey in my hand, and I got to 7 mana. I dropped Raph and Mikey. I attacked with it. Guess what I hit off the top? Because this is basically like a Tolly. When it attacks,
Mm-hmm.
you reveal until you hit a creature.
Yeah.
I hit Galta.
Oh,
The Galta that
god
lets you
damn.
put stuff from your hand onto the play.
Yeah,
And in
yeah.
my hand was Armagon and Krang.
Oh wow.
So I was swinging in for 19 trample, and he was at 20. Swinging
Hell
for
yeah.
19 trample and dropped Armagon, blew up three of his creatures, and then um, had Krang as well. So it was
That's
hilarious.
amazing.
Video coming tomorrow. Um, the rest of this are colorless, and most of these, or some of these, are special guests like Donnie's Bow, which is
Mm-hmm.
Shadow Spear, Arcbound Ravager. Um, Skateboard is decent, taps something down and gives haste. Chrome Dome. I like this card. For 5 you can like make a token that's a copy of another artifact, but you
Mm-hmm.
sack it, but still good. Especially if you're dealing like
Yeah.
those pizzas that kill things. Everything pizza, a Woober pay, but there's really not a Woober deck in the draft environment. But
Mm-hmm.
if you get to Wooberg, you have some payoff here. Metallic Mimic, reprint, Omni Cheese Pizza, just your typical artifact that replaces itself and makes a mana.
Mm-hmm.
Umazawa's Jite. I got wrecked by this card because if you've never played against Umazawa's Jite,
Just a good fucking card.
yeah, just does a ton. Gains them life, puts -1/-1 counters, or not counters, but gives -1/-1 to a creature or pumps their creature +2/+2. Conqueror's Flail, didn't see it. Technodrome, this card is a trap card. Do not play it in limited unless you draft it and you draft all artifacts.
Mm-hmm.
It is
Yeah, definitely.
the Ooze. This card is, I would call this a bomb. Um, this is one of the only ways to hate on the graveyard. It is basically like a ghost vacuum. For 2 mana,
Yeah.
you're exiling cards from a graveyard and creating mutagen tokens, and then whenever a creature you control with a counter on it leaves, you create more mutagen tokens for each counter on it.
Yeah.
But it's basically a ghost vacuum that pumps out mutagen tokens every turn. Um,
This with mechanized production.
yeah, this card, like every time I saw it, they could drop it on turn 2, and I was just like, oh my god, that's so overpowered because it just gave them free, every turn. Like it didn't matter what they were exiling most of the time. But with like the cloning of Shredder, it matters. But yeah, they were just shitting out um, mutagen tokens over and over. For some reason this wasn't pulling up.
Leo's Katana.
Yeah, there it goes. Sword of
Sinew and Steel.
yeah, Sinew and Steel. Didn't see it, but it's a sword. It's good. Turtle Van. I saw this. And no one really made a big impact with it, but it is something that you have to answer. It can put counters on stuff and double it over and over.
Mm-hmm.
Weathermaker. This is okay. Landfall. You can actually remove counters to deal 3 damage to any target. That's the best use for it. Hinge don't make the mistake I did. This can only exile something that's tapped. Um, your neighbor's being loud.
No, sorry. That might. I was tapping on the, and I thought it was affecting the lights.
Gotcha. Hinge is not bad. It's just it only exiles something that's tapped. I played it one time and they didn't have any tapped creatures, and I was like, oops. Turtle Blimp, eh. And then Krang, Utrom Warlord. You better have ramp or try to do that trick with reanimating it with cloning of Shredder if you want to play this.
If you get it out, feels good.
Yeah, you might win. You should win, probably.
Mm-hmm.
And then lands. They've got a lot of these life gain lands with new names.
Mm-hmm.
What in the world? My monitor's messing up. I think there's one for every 2 color pair.
Yeah, Foot Headquarters, Dimension X, A Legitimate Business,
Yeah.
Mutant Town,
The
and
farm.
TCRI Building.
Yeah. This farm could be okay. If something's gonna die, like gonna be removed, if you have it open, then you can exile it, and then later you can sack the land to return one creature to play and the rest of your hand. So
It's kind of cool.
yeah, it there could be some uses for it. It's not a dead land by any
I will
means.
say, going back to the land enter gain 1 life, those it's not the best strategy, but you can use those for all the stuff that says lands of different names.
Mm-hmm.
Just more options for that.
Yeah, and then with the Leo that cared about life gain, you could put a counter on
Mm-hmm.
him. But yeah, Turtle Lair is the best land, and then there is an Undercity Sewers in the bonus cards, if you're lucky enough to see that. But definitely look out for Turtle Lair.
Yeah, weird that now one of the surveil lands just got a special treatment, but
Yeah,
only one.
just one. Just because of the name. It's got sewers in the name. Let's.
It's now going to be the most expensive surveil land, and I will be getting a copy of it. But yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. Kind of. Actually, though, kind of disappointed in the art.
Yeah, it just looks like a bum
Yeah.
Ninja Turtle. It's
Bum. A
Raphael all
bum
fucked up.
Raphael. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe that's from the comic book scene.
It probably is, yeah.
Yeah.
Something like when he's like at a real low point or something.
Yep. Yep. Anyway, that is your primer. We
Hey,
spent a lot of
Kanye.
time. What is up, Kanye? Yeah, we are pretty handsome.
Sammy
Uh,
just said, I have a pre-release tomorrow. I'm glad I tuned in. I might have missed it, but what do you think the best color combo is going to be? That's it. You know, we haven't actually said color combo. We said earlier that black is definitely one of the strongest colors.
mm-hmm.
For me, I think it's going to be black green because that kitty, that ice cream kitty.
Yeah. Let's go back up here to multicolored.
Just don't play green. Kanye literally just said that right as I said that.
Yeah, don't play green. Well, you're
Hilarious.
you're
Of
wrong,
course,
Kanye.
Kanye. Well, blue sucks in this color in this
Well,
set, so sorry.
I'll tell you why green. And I know I'm a green lover, but this is why green is the best. There's 3 mana dorks in green, and there's also the spell that gets you 2 lands. So green has the ramp and the color fixing. Green
I
also
think,
has all of the Michelangelos are relevant. Like
yeah.
weirdness to 11. If you sack that Mugen token, he's a 3/3. The common Mikey is a 3/3 that gets bigger. The other Mikeys are 4/4s for 4. Um, like green's got a decent amount of just utility, fight spells and removal spells, and good curve and good top end. So To
Green
me,
boys are gaslighting you. I was gonna say Soup Can and Kanye. That I think Black Red is also viable in this one. But anything with core black, I think you want to be 80% black cards.
yeah, black has by far the best removal. And then black also has bombs with Armagon, the cloning of Shredder, Savanti, and Southwind Avatar's decent, and Shark Shredder's a bomb. Also, I would
Hmm.
say Ninja Teen is close to a bomb, and Madame Null is really good. So yeah, black, and then there's Super Shredder. I think by far
Yeah.
black is the best color. Um,
Yeah, I say I think right now it's black, green, red, white, blue.
yeah. Also, black
I don't know
has
why they've
Dream
been making
Beavers, and there's
white so
nothing better
bad
than Dream
lately.
Beavers.
Yeah, Dream Beavers is great.
Yeah.
I don't know why white they've been making so weak lately. And then blue is just blue is so hard because if you make blue good, then it's too fucking good.
Yeah. Super Shredder, even though it's a mythic, I saw it quite often. Again, this set is small. This set is like half the size of
Hmm.
uh, Lorwyn, so you're gonna see the same cards being played all night long. That's why I said like if someone's playing Golgari, you better prepare yourself. They probably have the last Ronin. That's probably why they're playing Golgari. Either that or they have Pizza Face and Ice Cream Kitty. Ice Cream
Or Last
Kitty,
Ronin.
yeah. Yeah, Last Ronin is probably why they have it.
I say in red, watch out for Old Hob Alley Cat Blues. I think that one's gonna be way more fucked up than you're giving it credit.
It is good because it constantly pumps out. It's a little.
Hmm.
Where was it?
There's a 5 drop in red.
Yeah, yeah. Old Hob.
And then if you pull Slash, definitely go red. Slash Reptile Rampager, the Perforos
Mm-hmm.
basically.
Yeah. Yeah. Boros. You can play like curve out Boros, where you just aggro, 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 and cheap removal. And then Boros also has lots of token makers in white. Um, with Sally Pride makes tokens. Jenica makes tokens.
Yeah, Boros. Yeah,
Mighty
Boros.
Mutanimals
You're
makes
right.
tokens. So like Boros curve out tokens is really good. Actually,
Hmm.
white, yeah, really like I think all the colors they balance really well. I'll just put it that way. Blue is you got to be a blue player, be a blue tempo minded person, but white, black, green, red are all like super strong. Removal, curve, like synergy. But anyway, it kind of comes back to what do you open, and like we said at the beginning, I look at bombs. Like, what are your big splashy spells? And that's typically your um, cloning of Shredder, your Last Ronin, Raph and Mikey, um, Ground Chuck and Dirtbag. Like, what are your big Sally Pride? Sally Pride is, I don't know, maybe one of the best game enders if you don't have an answer to
Yeah,
it.
yeah. I would love to pick up a Sally Pride and a Slash and just go Boros, and I think it would be
that would be
insane.
that would be so gross to be like curve out and then play Slash, right? Where's Slash at?
Hmm. He's a 5 drop red.
Yeah, play him and then play a Sally Pride with like if you just had four creatures in her, she's gonna
Yeah.
enter. She's gonna enter, and then five tokens. You're gonna have six uh pings of 2 damage. Plus, you could also play Wrath.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. It's great. I
Yeah,
think Boros will be a lot of fun.
yeah. If you get Sally Pride and Slash together in a Wrath, oh my god,
Hmm.
I don't know, man. It's a like from just game pieces. There are this is I think the only knock that I have on the limited format is that the set is too small.
Right.
There's not enough variance. Like you play, like I played for 11 hours yesterday and like 2 or 3 hours this morning, and it's like I got to where it's like I could predict what they had in their hand.
Right, like you've already seen the whole set,
Yeah, yeah.
pretty
Like
much.
like if there was more, more cards, then you don't run into those things as much. So that's the only negative I have on this set. Man, my monitors are going crazy.
I will say that I do feel like at the end of the day, there's not more they could have done with this set.
I think yeah, it's flavorful. Like I said, I think it is fun. It just I wish they had a bigger set. But from game pieces,
But
they
I
did a
feel
good
like if
job.
they had added 100 more cards, it might have just been pure fluff.
Maybe. Um, I don't know. Again, another thing about the small set is you see the characters. There's like five different Mikeys, or four or five. So it's like you're always seeing them, so you're not as excited to see them because like, oh, that's just another.
Mm-hmm.
And then some of the rares, some of the good cards are non Ninja Turtle cards, and that kind of bugs me a
Well, I
little
do
bit.
worry that's what's going to happen with this set is that, yeah, like the slash might, like something's going to go into standard that's like not even a turtle, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Do you think any of these are CDH cards?
That's a good question. Um,
Because there was at least two in Lorwyn, but other than getting Underworld Breach out to more people, I don't know that any of these are going to be CDH. There might be
um,
the black ones.
Probably. Oh, what was it? Splinter's technique?
Maybe.
Maybe. I don't know. People don't attack that much.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like tutors and combo type pieces.
I
Cloning of
don't know.
Shredder actually could be CDH. It's a little expensive.
Actually, Splinter's technique, someone plays Rograk
Yeah.
and they attack on turn two with Rograk and they
Hmm.
just pay two to tutor and then they play Rograk for free.
Yeah, that might happen.
So it's another demonic tutor for the Rog side
Maybe.
decks.
Yeah, possibly.
I mean, it's not great late game, but what was your other one you were thinking?
Uh, trying to think here. I'm looking at everything again.
Colbert Root, I think, is a good standard card. I don't know that it make it CDH.
Oh, the cloning of Shredder. I was saying the cloning of Shredder possibly could
C,
be,
I don't think so in CDH. I don't know, maybe Crick.
yeah. It's a little expensive for six,
I think
but
it's just
cloning
slow.
yes creature 3 times.
Yeah, it's slow though. Hmm. Like you said, if there was a good food, there's food that was worth tutoring, then Courier of comestibles.
Mhm. Yeah, comestibles was also a big reason to play green. That card is so fucking good.
Yeah,
Yeah, there. I mean, later on, I could see Courier being a tutor for a food CDH deck.
yeah, you're
Yeah,
right,
four
Kanye.
colorless for cloning with Shredder. I agree is
Yeah.
a
But yeah,
little.
for Kanye and Sammy, if you do play green, Courier of Comestibles here, it tutors for Ice Cream Kitty. It's probably one of the best things it can tutor for. It tutors for Pizza Face, but more importantly, it tutors for Anchovy and Banana Pizza, a removal spell, and Spicy Oatmeal Pizza, another removal spell.
Ooh, actually, April O'Neil, Hacktivist might be a CDH card because you're drawing a
Uh,
card for spells,
could be. I mean, yeah, you ramp this out like early.
and it's just a draw engine.
I mean, the turn you play it, you've probably played an artifact and her, and you draw two cards.
Mm-hmm. There
I'm
might
on.
be something.
Yeah, I don't know.
Food for thought, chat.
Mm-hmm. Um. Yeah,
So, do you think that this set's gonna, after looking at the set, do you think this is gonna leave as bad of a taste in its mouth as Spider-Man did?
I don't think so.
I don't think so
Um.
either.
Yeah.
I think there's less. Why is this in here? There's a lot more cohesion.
Yeah.
Um, I worry that superheroes is actually going to be a worse set than this.
Yeah. Yeah. I think again. I think the negativity is one. It's they're not magical entities, not magical properties like spellcasters and wizards and all that stuff. Um, where like at least Avatar had some magic and some like mystical stuff to it,
Yeah.
and Final
Well,
Fantasy kind of did too.
I don't
Um,
feel like this. I think the big reason why this set is not the same as Spider-Man, even though everyone wants to compare it, is that Spider-Man definitely followed they tried hard and tried to go get it out for Atlanta, and it all fell short. Well, so the big thing about Spider-Man is that Spider-Man, like the professor pointed out, definitely was following the same template as Assassin's Creed. Um, the ooze what makes it magical. I like having this in Magic. I mean, there's a lot of like weird shit in here when you really stop and think about it, like Dimension X and all that stuff too. So it definitely feels more like wacky out there, more magical for sure. But I was gonna say from a design template, I do think this is a better design set because um, ultimately it doesn't follow that Assassin's Creed template. Like there isn't a bunch of artifacts or equipment rather that like turn someone into a Ninja Turtle.
hmm
Whereas that's what was happening in Assassin's Creed and that's what happened in Spider-Man too. So again, there's not a lot of cards in here where I'm like, why is this in here? It doesn't feel like they had to pad anything.
Yeah, yeah. And two, I think Spider-Man there wasn't like clear draft archetypes, if
Mm-hmm.
that makes sense. Like they were just all over the place. Where this, like, if you're in, is it
I'll take that.
you're playing
Mhm.
artifacts. If you're in Orzov, you're playing like life gain and sneak. If you're
Yeah.
in Boros, you're playing tokens.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like more traditional like draft archetypes. Um, again, there's not a ton of creativity other than like doing some stupid stuff. Like there's no 5 color deck, even though there's a 5 color pizza payoff.
Mm-hmm.
So like,
Mm-hmm.
what's my payoff for playing 5 colors? It really is not a big one. Um, so I don't know. It like I said, by the end of it, I was trying to discard my own Krang to reanimate it just for fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Soup just made a great point about how there wasn't a unique design space for Assassin's Creed. And unfortunately, I would say the same for Spider-Man. They kind of tried to do that with web slinging, but it doesn't feel as unique as creating a mutagen token or a junk token for Fallout, stuff like that. I agree with that, definitely.
hmm I do kind of wish Raphael's technique wasn't optional. Like I wish it
Yeah.
was a an actual wheel.
Yeah, it's interesting to make an optional wheel.
Yeah, I think that was kind of a little bit of a miss, but there's your Baxter Stockman Mad Flyentist.
Where?
It's
Oh,
one,
they did make him as one? Oh, okay.
yeah. Uh,
Oh, that's right.
he's
Okay, I didn't pay.
one of the land cyclers. Again, all the land
Yeah,
cyclers
yeah, yeah.
are worth it, worth playing.
Yeah. This one feels the least good to reanimate, but it is
Yeah,
still.
yeah. But hey, you could play this. You could discard your Krang, play him
Yeah.
on 5, discard your Krang, and
Boom. You
on
did it,
6 you
chat.
clone Shredder or clone Krang.
They definitely did Spidey dirty, and I don't think they did the same with this one. The nostalgia pieces in Spider-Man were perfect, though. I will say that. I'm currently trying to master set the bonus sheet for Spider-Man. But yeah, TMNT again. I wish this was hitting at a different time in my life because this should be the number one thing in my life right now. This is how important TMNT is. Um, so my father, I want to say like 4 Christmases ago. I don't know if I already told you this story before, but my dad 4 Christmases ago, right before Toys R Us was about to close, I think like a year before they closed, he was driving by Toys R Us and he was like, you know what? I haven't been in that store in years because like we're all, my youngest brother's about to be, he's 28, right? So he's like, I haven't been in that store in years. I'm gonna go in that store and I'm gonna buy my sons a toy. This is like we're all in our 20s, early 30s. I'm gonna buy them a toy that I would have bought them when they were kids, and the one he got from me was a Leonardo.
Nice.
Yeah. So like this, yeah, TMNT has been in like my DNA.
Yeah, and I we talked about this at the beginning, but TMNT was the first thing that I collected. And I feel like all of us have this, I don't know, innate desire, I guess, to collect something. I don't know what it is. And throughout my life, it's been different things. Like, at one point it was like Star Wars toys, and I like bought as many of those as I could, and then I sold those. Or it's video games, or it's trading cards. And TMNT is like my earliest memory of wanting to get like all of the turtles, and I also wanted like the villains because you can't, you gotta have like extra foot soldiers, um, and it was like one of the first experiences that I experienced, like wanting to collect stuff and collect even the cards that they made back then with the bubble gum in there. Um,
Yeah.
so it's just
Yeah,
like,
that's true. Yeah.
again, it's cool. It just brings me back to that childhood, that age of innocence, and again, my parents like investing in it and saying, "Here's your Christmas gift, here's your birthday gift." It's the things you wanted, uh, and then you know, so it is cool.
I
It's
think
cool.
that Yeah, I think the reason why it hit so hard is because it comes from the time period when they were making the original comic is not a children's comic. It's not a kid's. It wasn't a children's property when they first created it.
Hmm.
But then they kind of morphed it into that with like the television shows and all that stuff. But I feel like that's why it's so quality and why it resonates because they were just making like they were just trying to make a good story about some weird ass characters.
Yeah.
And they weren't really like it's not like now like I feel like when they make kids stuff they make it for kids, they really dumb it
Hmm.
down and they really follow formulas and they don't take any chances and all that kind of stuff, whereas like this is just so fucking weird when you really stop and think about it. It's so weird but it works so well.
Yeah. Did you ever? Again, I don't know a lot about the external properties. Love the movies, love the cartoons, but like, did you ever watch the Last Ronin clip that was made out there that kind of sparked the Last
uh
Ronin?
I'm pretty sure I have,
And I
but
know
I
there's the
can't.
Last Ronin comics and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah,
They were apparently going to be making a Last Ronin movie, and they like scrapped it last year or something, or
yeah.
decided. And it's like a lot of people are disappointed in that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been a project for a while. I've always heard about it because it came out in two, when did it come out? Came out in 2020. So 6 years now they've been trying to make it.
Yeah,
It very much like revitalized the turtles too in like popular culture because it was
yeah,
just so like, oh, what the fuck? I don't want to spoil too much about it.
yeah. Sorry, I'm messing up my overlay here, looking up Last Ronin stuff. Um, because I remember the first time I saw the Last Ronin clip, and I was like, "Oh my God, that's like it's sad, but it's also so awesome."
Mm, yeah, I agree.
Kind of want to. Kind of want to cue it up.
Again, as I told you, as I texted you, I'm also excited for this set. And even though I'm concerned about superheroes, I am excited because I will be making some sort of New York deck with Spider-Man superheroes in this one because we finally got back to the block format. It took us two
Yeah,
years. We have our first New York block.
yeah. Well, that's the thing. I haven't bought anything like pre-ordered any TMNT stuff, but I probably will get the commander deck.
There you
And what I like to do with the other IPs is like stay in universe and use in universe cards, including the bonus sheet and the I guess the turtle team up set. And I don't know if they're
go.
going to do a jump start or not with this. I don't guess they are. Um, but yeah, I would love to take that deck and upgrade it with just like in universe TMNT stuff. Not sure what that
Yeah,
would look like, but I had a lot of fun doing
yeah.
that with Final Fantasy.
Well, I'm definitely picking up the Precon just because of City of Brass reprint.
Yeah, the Guardians of New York, 5 color.
Yeah, I like that soup. I'm already building out. Oh, by the way, I am 6 cards away from my Transformers deck, and guess what? It's all secret layers.
Yes. I was just thinking back to some of the like flavor text that we read, and I don't know how I got onto Crustacean Commando, but we really should have looked. I miss flavor text on cards. I think they need to put that on more cards. They're putting so many abilities, it's hard to have them on there.
Hmm.
But we have Crustacean Commando. Wondering what I've got in the box? What's in the box? What's in the box? Pain, soldier, and lots of it.
That is hilarious. Oh my god,
What's in the box?
so good.
Oh yeah, I did use this quote on one of my posts, one of my pre-release posts. But anyway, so that's the primer, and appreciate y'all sticking around and asking questions. Do you have any other questions before we sign off? If you get to go to pre-release again, um, bombs are what you're looking for first. Rare or not rares, but removal. Black again has the best removal, but every color has some sort of removal. White's removal is a little more conditional with enchantments and like tapped creatures and things like that. Red has burn, and then some creatures are not they're going to be too big to burn. But black has the best targeted removal. Green has like fight and punch spells, and then blue has like tap down effects and bounce effects, tempo. Um, and then you just kind of like go with your bombs, go with your removal, and then look for evasion because you do want to be sneaking in a lot of creatures. So you're looking for things that have flying or have menace or have death touch. Sometimes is evasion because your opponents don't want to block it, and then you sneak in something cool, like I did, and won the game the other day. Which again, that's so
Congrats
awesome.
again on that.
Listen, I hate to brag about that because I got my ass kicked like literally the day before against Newmont. And honestly, the funny thing is, I didn't even realize I was playing him. Most other times, I see who I'm playing, like I pay attention, and I'm like, "Who's this? Oh, it's I know this person. It's Amazonian, or oh, it's Foxy, or whatever." And I got to play against several people, and some of them like just steamrolled me. I got to play against KP late night last night, and she steamrolled me. So I got to make a clip of that too, because it's only fair that I show off like me getting my ass kicked. But anyway, I had a fun time doing that
Look
event.
how humble our card guru is
Yeah,
here, chat.
yeah. But it was so funny though, because like I literally like never looked at his name. I was just playing the game, like using my removal, like being strategic, and then like I get to the end of the game and I'm like, oh, that was a great game. And I look up and I'm like, oh my god, it's him. And I wasn't even like super excited. I was so tired. I wish I would have been a little more energetic. But anyway, had a good time playing. But lots of great creators out there, and I'm so privileged to be a part of that and to be part of the early access, and hopefully can help some other folks be part of it if they open it up to more referrals in the future. But
Oh yeah.
All right. Yeah, good luck to you, Soup, and everyone else who's playing in a pre-release this weekend. If you get to go, Kanye mentioned maybe getting. He's not able to go, but maybe picking up some pre-release kits, and maybe we can play. I like to play my kit beyond the pre-release. So if you keep your deck together, and you'd like to stream that next week, would love to have a time where we get back on. And Texas, are you going to pre-release?
Yeah, I'm going tomorrow,
Cool.
and then I'm actually going to be playing on Saturday morning Magic with Celtic, doing what you're just talking about,
Yeah.
doing their pre-release decks. I'll come back in just a second, and then, but I'm super down to play with you as always.
Yeah. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah. And that goes for you out there too in the chat, Kanye and Soup and Sammy. Anyone else out there who wants to play, if you keep your pre-release deck together, we'll, I'll be down to play next week, either on stream or off stream if you just want to. I know Soup and I played off cam with Lorwyn, and but if you want to do it on cam, we can do that as well. All right, well, let's sign off. Texas, thank you once again, my friend, for being a part of the pre-release primer for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. We've talked for a long time. It's 4 hours now, from start to finish, and
Oh, well.
I love it. I love hanging out with you and talking about the games we play. But yeah, tell folks where they can find you. Anything else you want to say before we sign off?
What's up, y'all? I'm Texas DCG Trading. I host trade nights and charity tournaments around the nation, mostly based out of Austin, Texas. You can find me everywhere on social medias except for TikTok and Twitter. And please check out my card sphere. I'm trading secret layers and cards for CDH and all sorts of other stuff on there. Probably put some wants from TMNT on there soon. Also, please check out my TCG player store. I'll probably have some bulk up there after pre-release weekend. I also just added a whole bunch of cards from Thunder Junction because I've been ripping as much Thunder Junction as I can lately. So check it out. And I also have cards from a whole bunch of other card games like Riftbound, One Piece, Gundam, Pokemon, and also have Lorcana. I'm still selling Lorcana, and it's actually doing quite well. It's pretty interesting. But yeah, please check me out also on my YouTube. I'm trying to grow that this year on Twitch. And yeah, thank you so much, man. I love talking about this stuff. I'm glad that we can help with everybody else in their pre-release, and it means a lot to be able to just yap about these cards and make everyone's experience a lot better.
Hell yeah. All right, and thank you, chat, for hanging out. I know it's a lot of my close friends, and appreciate y'all staying up with us. And I know you already follow us, but hey, share your excitement. Don't be afraid to take days off, take days of rest. And we're just all here to support each other. I have certainly felt the love as the start of the year. I kind of was just trying to struggle through life and other things, and I think I'm so blessed to have this community, to have friends like you, um, that I'm looking forward to hanging out with in the future and continuing to play games and just do life and help each other. And hopefully you get to do that and have some fun this weekend. And we are going to raid. Looks like Hannah is still on, and she has I don't know how long they've been on, but she's got 69 followers right or viewers right now. Nice. We're gonna mess that up.
Nah. Very appropriate.
We are going to mess that up. I think it's with an H. It is.
Yeah.
Da-da-da. All right. Well, peace and love, y'all. Stick around for just a minute and a few more seconds. We're gonna raid out, but thank y'all very much. Have a good night and good luck at the pre-releases. And we will see you next time. Yes, Sammy, we're gonna mess up the 69. It's not the first time. Bye.
Classic for Sammy.
And we're out.